Alrighty then. Hello everyone. My name is Caden, and welcome to Steins Gate 0. Last time we beat the first Steins Gate game, and well, why don't we jump straight into Steins Gate 0? So, things I know about Steins Gate 0 is that this game takes place after it doesn't take place after the true ending of the first game, because the true ending of the first game is more like it's just like there's nothing to do after that you can really do for story-wise, but it rather takes place after a failed ending, which I assume means, if I had to take a guess, it's probably the Karisu ending, where she dies, but Okabe does have his feelings for her. Now, I've got to say, I'm already terrified of this game, not just because I know how not to be terrified of these games at this point, considering the pain the first game put me through, but because Karisu's right there. She's going to be an integral part of the story already, I can tell, and yet I'm assuming she's dead. So what the hell's about to happen here? Well, why don't we jump straight into it and find out ourselves, shall we? A new game. Oh god. Yep. Wait. Oh god. Why are we starting with this? Why are we starting with this? Why are we starting with this? Why are we starting? Why are we starting? Why are we starting with this? Oh dear. The hatch opened. Bright light flooded my eyes. Where was I? My eyes narrowed. I could barely make out the summer's twilight sky. I didn't want to leave. I just wanted to disappear. But someone grabbed my arm and dragged me out. Whoa, he's back already! It hasn't even been a minute, has it? Kareem? Oh god, this is even worse than I thought. This doesn't take place after, like, Karisu ending or any of the endings in the first game. This takes place in the middle of the true ending, doesn't it? But we're not going to get to the good conclusion of the true ending. Instead, we're gonna... Oh god. Oh god, no. You know, in a weird way, I mean this in a good way, but I will say this game doesn't feel so much like a sequel as much as it does kind of like an extension of I mean, I guess that's what a sequel is, but it's like, it's weird to explain. It's just, I don't know, it doesn't feel like a sequel. It feels more, I don't know, I'm explaining badly, but I don't mean it in a bad way. I just think it's interesting. Green? I didn't have the energy to respond to my own nickname. I fell to the ground and wrapped my arms around myself. Okarin! Mary ran to me and looked down. Her face worried. But her kindness felt like nothing but a nuisance. Don't talk to me. Just leave me alone. Wait, you're covered in blood! What happened? Dad, give me a towel and water. Oh, and clothes, now. So, we're gonna be staying on the Beta World line this time. Huh? Can someone please tell me what's going on? Just do it now. Okay. Dara ran to the door that led back inside the building. Okarin, are you okay? Hang in there. Don't die, please. It's fine. He's not hurt. Stop it. Just get away from me. Leave me alone. I can save her. In fact, I killed her myself. Right here. 3 weeks ago. I killed her. I'm a murderer.
無駄だったんだ。
It didn't work.
何をやっても
No matter what we do, it's not going to work. It's all been decided
決
already.
まってしまっていることなんだ。同じだ。
It's the same.
マユリの時と
The same as it was with Mayuri.
どれだけもがいた
No matter how hard I try,
結果
they'll
は
all end up the same.
同じになる。
No matter how many times I try, it will all converge back to the same result. The process doesn't matter. Whether you time travel or time leap, you can't go back and change results of the past. Whoa. I thought I understood that cruel truth. That was a bit of a mistake, but let's take a look at the menu here. Ooh. It's got a much different feel, I gotta say. Full screen, title screen, exit game, help. There's our instructions, config. Tips. Seems to be the exact same as before, just in a different format slightly. Backlog. I assume the controls are the same. Yeah, I can do that for that. But now, I was forced to realize it again. In the worst way possible.
無駄だよ。
It's useless.
無駄なんだ。
Useless.
何
It's
もかも
all
無駄なんだよ。
useless.
俺はやっぱ
I
り
knew it. I can't
ク
save
リスを
Karisu.
助けられないんだ。
I knew this. I knew
分かっ
this.
てた。
I already knew this would happen.
分かってた。もう疲れた。
I'm so tired.
ずっと休んでない
I've
ん
been
だ。
rested in so long.
だから
I'm done. Oh.
おかり
Oh, Green.
一体
What
何が
happened?
俺が
I killed her.
殺した。
I killed her. I'm an
殺し
idiot.
てしまった。
It's all my fault.
マキセクリスをさ
Killed Karisu Makise.
殺した
Killed? That can't be true.
嘘
It can't.
でも安心して
Don't worry. You've got enough for one more attempt.
タイム
ほっといてくれ。
Just leave me alone.
俺のこと
No matter
ば
how
か
many times I try, it'll all end up the same.
何度やった。
何言ってんの
What are you saying? Are you going to give up?
オカリンおじさんの肩に
Billions of lives depend on you, Uncle
何十億っていう人
Ocarine.
の命がたった一回の失敗
Who
が何だ
cares
って
if you
言うん
fail
だ
once?
クリスはどうやったって
There's
助
just
け
no
ら
way
れ
to
な
save
い。
Karisu. You can't stop the
世界
world
線
line
の終着
convergence.
にはさ
This term refers to an infinite number of possible worlds. However, these worlds do not exist in parallel. Only one exists at a given time. Everything that occurs along a world line from the past to the future has been predetermined. Thus, no matter how much you change the past along a single world line, the result will converge to the same outcome.
からえない。
That's the reality of this world. I learned that a long time ago. I'll just have to slap some sense in it.
ビンタしてダメだよ
Can't. It's not right to force him to do this.
こんなボロボロ
I can't bear to see Ocarine like this.
見てらでもさ
If he doesn't, the
この
future
まま
won't
じゃ未来を
change.
変えられどうして
Why? Why does Ocarine have to change the future all by
オ
himself?
カリン一人にそんなの
That's too much for him to
すぎる
bear.
よオカリンおじさんには
Because only Uncle Ocarine has the powers of an observer of the world.
オカリンが
Ocarine didn't want that.
そんなわけじゃそれに
I think even if he tried, he'd just get hurt again.
またオカリン未来のことを
It's impossible for one person to change the world all by himself.
だからその
And
た
that's
め
why
の
Steins Gate is...
気持ちはわかるよ
I know how you feel. I'm here for the sake of the future.
私も未来をどっちにしろ
I can't go back to 23-6 either way, so I'm not going to give up so easily.
オカリンおじさん
Uncle Ocarine,
一つ
I'll
だ
tell
け
you one
忠
thing.
告しとく
The time machine has a finite amount of
この
fuel.
タイムマシンさっきは
At first I told you that it could only be used to go there and back twice, but
実
there's
は
actually a little
ま
more
だ
fuel
それ
than
なりに
that.
理由はあるそれでも
Even so, it can only travel about 344 days. Even if you do a one-way trip, less than a year from now, you won't be able to reach July 28th. Remember this. When that day comes, I'll go myself if I must. So in a way, we have a limit. Someone was saying something to me, but I couldn't understand the words. I didn't want to listen to anything. I just wanted to sleep. Just let this all end. Just let me go. Ocarine? Ocarine. Hey, Ocarine. You don't have to push yourself so hard anymore, okay? It's okay to cry, Ocarine. Mayushi is here for you. Okay, Ocarine? I don't know if Mayuri's words were the reason why, but the tears started to flow. I decided to forget everything. Ever since that day, I stopped going to the Future Gadgets Lab. Man. Absolute zero. 2010. Oh, wow. We're actually a lot further in the future. Oh, I got a new phone. Oh, crap. That's a good one. This is for Ringtone Call, Gage Steiner. Yo, wallpaper settings? I'll just go with the simple one for now. I like the simple. What's Rhine? Emoji. Add friend. Call. Mayuri, Daru, Ukako, Suzuha, Ferris, and Yuki Amane. Who is this? Whomstead is Yuki Amane? Fictional, a lab in name only. It is actually a group of students who make strange inventions. Its founder, Rentaro Okabe, described it as a place where he can further his ambitions to overthrow the ruling structure of the world. To get there, head down Center Street from Akihabara station. Then, when you get to Suehirocho intersection, take a left at Kurumaibashi Street. Then, head into the alleyway just in front of the next light, and you'll find an old multi-purpose building called the Ubiyama Building. It's on the second floor. UPX, a new symbol of Akihabara, was located right in the front of the station. In the hall on the fourth floor, preparations have been going on all morning for the ATF Akihabara Technoform Convention. Universities and labs from both inside and outside the country would work together to put on special seminars and symposiums at irregular intervals. My school, Tokyo Denki University, was participating as part of its industry collaboration efforts. Students were required to attend these seminars and submit reports to their instructors. First founded as the Denki School in 1907, in 1949 it became a college in Kandai, Tokyo. Denki University trains engineers and scientists to promote the healthy development of scientific technology. It was founded around the principle of practical study above all else, and its educational and research motto is Technology is People. Because of the school's location, it was deeply involved in the development of Akihabara. Otherwise, they wouldn't get credit for their related classes. In addition, I was supposed to help one of the lecturers, Associate Professor Izaki. I had just gotten a list from the reception desk at the shared lobby. I was waiting to check off the names of the students who were coming to the lectures. There was still some time before the seminar started, so the lobby was mostly empty. None of the students on the list were here yet. I was bored, but I couldn't do anything but wait. The old me never could have imagined doing anything like this, but impressing Izaki was part of my new goal in life. Victor Chandria University. Yes, that was my new goal. Izaki did a lot of joint research projects with them and knew a lot of people there. The best first step to getting my brain to getting there my brain could come up with was being his assistant. Also, this convention was holding another seminar by Victor Condria University after the one held this summer. Of course, that interested me too. Summer. Ugh. An image of her as she was then flashed through my mind. I was trying to get to Victor Condria so that I could learn about the work that Kurisu Makise had been doing. I wanted to try and do it myself. Of course, I wasn't a genius like Kurisu. I knew there was no way I'd ever be able to do exactly what she did. But if I could do even 10% of it... Honestly, I'm amazed that I've recovered so well. And I thought that to myself and chuckled, just as a voice called to me from across the lobby.
ちょっとそこの方
Excuse me? Who? Hi, who are you? I looked up and saw a young girl approaching from the elevator hall. Are you a new character? Hi there. She was short and petite. Everything about her was small. I could kind of make out a few of the curves that don't appear until after puberty, so at least she wasn't in elementary school, but... maybe middle school? For someone with such a cute face, she clearly didn't care about her appearance. Her hair wasn't styled and it flowed down her back. Even I could tell her clothes are very fashionable.
ごめんなさい
Excuse me. Where's the staff heat room?
This is the ATF seminar? Clearly not a place where a middle school girl belonged. She could probably just come to the wrong place.
そんなの分
I
か
know
って
that.
いる
How many times am I gonna have to say
何
this?
度同じ話
This is the first time you've said it to me.
私にとって
And you're the
は
fourth
あなた
person I've
4
said it to
回
since I
目
got here.
この場所に来てからね
Hi. Irritated, she pulled a card out of her jacket. It was one of the IDs given out to the invited guests. Her name and the name of her workplace were written on the front. Akihabara Technoforum guest Victor Condria University USA Brain Science Institute Maho Hiajo. No. Victor Condria University USA Brain Science Institute. Victor Condria University USA Brain Science Institute. Wrong button. The field of study that researches animal brains, also called neuroscience. It investigates the brain from a number of perspectives, including biology, genetics, medicine, psychology, and electrical engineering. I looked at the card, and then at her, then back at the card, and then I looked at her again. I finally realized. Oh, so that's it! Where'd you find this card? Thanks for bringing it back.
その
I've
話
done
は
that 3
4
times
回
already
目よ
too.
She sighed and showed me another card. This one was a photo idea from Victor Condria University. Huh? What? It was the same idea I'd seen Kurisu holding before on another world line. The photo on the card. Yeah, that was definitely her.
ヒヤジョウマホ
Maho Hiajo.
私の名前
That's my name. Maho Hiajo. I'll say it to you now because nobody's ever been able to read it right. Not in Japanese or
先に言っ
English.
とくわ
And you're from the Victor Condria University Middle School?
寝ぼけるなら
Stop messing around. Universities don't have
大
middle
学に
schools.
中学
That's true. Then you skipped a bunch of grades. Unlike in Japan, it wasn't uncommon for Americans to skip grades. Kurisu had made it to university at age 17. But still, a girl this young working in a university lab?
一つ確認し
Can
て
I
いい
ask you
かしら
something?
Sure.
あなた今
You're feeling pretty
少な
shocked
から
right
ず
now,
衝
right?
撃を受けこんな小さ
Let
い
me guess. A small child like this, I can't believe it. Right?
それとも
Or are you one of the... She must be amazing to be able to do that at her age types.
She got me.
高校をよく見
Look
な
here,
さい
closely.
Yajo Maho. Date of birth, 11/02/1989. If it's 2010, then... You're like 19 years old or something? I think? Am I stupid? Wait, am I bad at math? I'm bad at math, aren't I? 89. 99 is 10. 2009 is... Wait. Wait, why am I trying to figure out... Wait, what? My dumbass. I'm just gonna look. Hold on. I'm gonna get a calculator out because I'm stupid. 2010 minus 1989. She's 21. The girl, Maho Hyajo, pointed to a part of the ID with her slender fingers. She was born in 1989 and it was 2010, so you're 21 years old?
In other words, I'm an adult woman. I'm not in middle school, and of course, not in elementary school or daycare either.
And then she puffed out her chest. There wasn't much to see, but I can imagine her saying, "They look bigger when I'm not wearing clothes. They're huge." What do you want me to do about this?
What's that look supposed to mean?
Oh, no. Sorry. I apologize. I couldn't believe it. She was older than me. If Dara was here, he'd be dancing around screaming legal lolly for the win. Net slang used to express excitement about a positive event or experience, abbreviated for the FTW. Refers to a character in anime or manga who appears to be no older than an elementary school, but is in fact over the legal age of 20. Daru.
It doesn't matter. Get it. I get the same thing all around the world, no matter where I go.
So you're probably going to be important going forward. Yeah, I'm sure.
Did you say something?
No, I didn't. Still, the Brain Science Institute. And that's where Karisu worked. Which means this person might know a lot about Karisu. I held back the impulse to start badgering her with questions. I looked at the pamphlet with the seminar schedules. Victor Condria's lecture was the last one for the day, and it was clearly intended to be the biggest. Was this Maho Hyajo girl going to give a lecture? Just like Karisu had done at the summer convention. Is Maho going to become the new Karisu? No, wait. That's wrong. That never happened. Karisu Makise never gave any lectures over the summer. That happened in the Alpha World line. In the world line I inhabited now, before the summer convention, she'd already... Are you giving the lecture today?
No, I'm here as an assistant. Oh, and a translator too.
I looked at the pamphlet again and saw that the lecturer was a man named Alexis Leskinen. Alexis Leskinen? Professor at Victor Condria University and the chief researcher of the Brain Science Institute. The topic is the Artificial Intelligence Revolution, huh? Yeah, sounds interesting. So, I do know that about this game. When I saw this game's store page, it mentioned that AI was going to be like the twist with this game. And considering that Karisu seems to be involved in this game still, despite the fact that she's dead, she's going to become an AI, isn't she? Oh god. I'm terrified. I've barely started this game is already bringing back the heartache.
If you got the time, I'd love for you to come listen.
I will. Oh, the staff room, right? I lead Maho over to the elevator hall and show her where the staff room was.
Thanks.
I had no reason to hang around her any further. I said goodbye and was just about to turn around. Just then, the elevator opened. A woman emerged. The instant I saw her face, every hair on my body stood on end. You! What are you doing here? Oh god. Moeka. Kiryu. That's all I could do to keep myself from screaming. Calm down. This is the Beta World line. Mayuri is alive. Moeka's not going to kill her. So this Moeka is just going to be something completely different, hopefully. I mean, I think she's still technically part of CERN or the Rounders or whatever, but hopefully we won't have to deal with her. Oh god, are we gonna have to deal with Mayuri dying over and over again? I'm scared. Someone's gonna have to die over and over again, and I'm terrified. Hi, Moeka. Our eyes meet. The eyes on the other side of her glasses were as dead as ever. It was impossible to tell what she was thinking. I frantically averted my gaze before she realized something was wrong. She tilted her head for a second, but quickly lost interest in me and turned towards Maho. Oh gosh, we have sprites of people turned around. That's new.
Here with the magazine, right? I'm here about that interview.
Even in this world line, Moeka still only spoke in faint whispers.
Dr. Leskinen isn't here yet. It may be a minute. Okay. If you want, I can go over the system until he gets here. Thanks. You.
The two of them disappear into the staff room. I'm scared. You know what? If they present an AI and it looks like Kurisu, I'm scared that Okabe is just going to have a fit. As I watched him leave, I took a deep breath. I tried to calm down, but it wasn't working.
Kiryu Moeka.
Moeka Kiryu. Is it gonna be you again? It was a terrible feeling. Like a cold finger tracing the wounds in my heart. That night, when the terrorist threat shut down all the trains in Akihabara. That awful night, when I just knew something was going to happen. Are you going to do it again here? Or was I just imagining things? Was she just a magazine reporter now instead of a CERN rounder? Rounder, an unofficial group that works for CERN. It is, in theory, an independent group that does technology research. Rounders are deployed all over the world and their exact numbers are unknown. Their real objective is to recover the IBM 5100s, the only machines capable of hacking CERN's hidden database, as well as crushing any attempts at time machine research around the world and taking the scientists back to work for CERN. They are, in essence, mercenaries who are capable of using force if necessary. Some of the members on the bottom rung do their work without ever meeting another rounder face to face. CERN, the European Laboratory for Nuclear Research, CERN, however, is not an acronym for this group. CERN, however, is not an acronym for this group. It comes from the French Société European Society for Nuclear Research. Its predecessor group. The lab consists of the world's largest particle accelerator on the outskirts of Geneva, Switzerland. It crosses the border between France and Switzerland, and there is a bank, library, post office, and living quarters located on the grounds. Research teams from all over the world, but particularly the 19 countries of Europe, gather here to perform experiments in elementary particle physics. Several thousand people work at CERN. No, even if Moeka was around her, we had nothing to do with CERN anymore. CERN wouldn't be watching us. Surely. I took another deep breath, grabbed some of the anxiety meds in my pocket, and swallowed them down with some mineral water I'd bought ahead of time. It would take 15 minutes for them to kick in. Those 15 minutes were always pretty rough. I laughed at myself a little and sat down on one of the reception desk chairs. The table was filled with leaflets, pamphlets, and other things for the attendees. Game, why did you just suddenly autosave for me? I didn't do that. That's terrifying. Why did you just autosave for me? Also, did the icon appear? Ah, Mayuri. Do-do-do. Oh, Green, are things going okay with Mr. Seminar? Yeah, no problem. Uh-oh, could I, like... So, Ryan's the text messaging. I see, that's great. Can't wait to see what kind of seminar it will be. I really wish she could have seen it too. Maybe a little hard for you to follow. I love it. I love it. You're right. Okay, I don't want to get in your way. Bye. I want to see things. He's so cute. You got no nose. That's awesome. The table was filled with leaflets, pamphlets, and other things for the attendees. My eyes wandered to one of the pamphlets. Nakabachi theory and the genealogy of pseudoscience. I do not want to hear freaking Nakabachi's name anymore. This pamphlet was for Professor Izaki's seminar. Nakabachi theory. The paper he'd announced in Russia. That paper held the key to creating a real time machine. It's because of this paper that World War III is going to happen. On that day, July 28th, Nakabachi had stolen the paper from Kurisu, his own daughter, and left with it. I knew that. Only Nakabachi and I knew that. I flipped through the pamphlet. It was a brief introduction to the many forms of pseudoscience and fake scientific discoveries that had emerged since the start of the 20th century. On its own, it did make for an interesting read. And at the end of the pamphlet, Nakabachi theory was introduced as nothing more than another entry in that long list of fakes. So Dr. Nakabachi's time machine theory had been completely ignored by the academic world. All the glory, fame, and power he wanted so badly that he was willing to get rid of his own daughter? He didn't get any of it. And I heard rumors that after the announcement, he'd been in prison in a Russian lab. To make it even funnier, he thought he was getting VIP treatment. For a short time, there were essays and interviews in bogus academic journals. Even there, it was obvious it had all gone to his head. The ironic thing was that the Nakabachi theory was completely correct and completely revolutionary. The Russian government was worried about it leaking, and the SVR was doing everything it could to keep it under wraps. The Service of the External Reconnaissance of the Russian Federation, aka SVR, Russia's external intelligence agency. Its HQ is in Yasenovo in southern Moscow. After the old Soviet Committee for State Security (KGB) was disbanded, the new SVR was modeled after the KGB's first directorate. There are other intelligence agencies in Russia as well, such as the Main Intelligence Directorate (GRU) and the Federal Security Service (FSB). Each of them has their own territory and specialization. But under the surface, there is a full-scale information war beginning over the paper. The time traveler from 2036, John Titor, had told me so, which meant it had to be true. In November 2000, a man appeared on an American message board claiming to be a time traveler from the year 2036. This became an internet phenomenon that inspired a storm of questions and debate. The man called himself John Titor and published partial pictures of the manual for his time machine, as well as an explanation for how it operated. He also made clear what would happen in the near future, how interfering with the timeline worked, the principles behind the multiverse and parallel worlds, as well as timelines and world lines. And then, 4 months after his appearance, he left a final message saying that he completed his mission and would be returning to his world. Then he vanished for good. Was World War III really going to happen? There's no point in thinking about it. Just a little more before the drugs kicked in. I closed my eyes. Several hours later, the convention was going well. After Professor Izaki's seminar, most of the students from my university went home, but I killed some time and came back. I wanted to hear the Victor Kondriat lecture. I headed to the hall with plenty of time to spare and saw Maho Kyajo coming from the staff room. Oh, hi there. She was with a very tall foreigner. Was that Alexis Leskinen? It didn't seem like an American name, but maybe he was an immigrant like Kurisu, or at least descended from one. I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but the looks on their faces were so serious that I couldn't help but listen. Since they were both speaking in English, I could barely make out any of it, but I could tell from their voices that it wasn't a very pleasant chat. Wait, did I just hear the word Makise? I hated the fact that I couldn't speak English. If I'd known this was going to happen, I would have gone to an English school. The two of them walked into the waiting room for lectures. It was located right next to the UPX theater. I put together the few fragments I was able to understand. Fire at Karisu's house. Miss Makise is alright. Robbery. The police called off the investigation. Why was the FBI there? It doesn't make sense. Uh-oh. Was Makise's family attacked? The Federal Bureau of Investigation, an American police department organization, is attached to the Department of Justice and handles crimes that occur on American soil. There are approximately 30,000 people who work for the FBI. When crimes take place involving a wide area and multiple states, the FBI investigates under federal law. I think that's what they were saying. Karisu's house. Do they mean where she lived in America? Her mother should still live in America. Is that where the fire was? And then words like robbery and the investigation was called off. I really wanted to know more. I stood there and worried until it was time for the lecture to begin. With nothing else to do, I went inside the theater. I could tell earlier by looking at the size of the crowd going inside, but it was a very high-energy crowd. The atmosphere was clearly different than the Izaki seminar, which was mostly students there for credit. The place was nearly full with a crowd of scientists and people who wanted to learn about cutting-edge technology. Mitochondria's researchers had published a slate of papers in Science recently, and had gotten a lot of media attention. Maybe that's why. Were there any empty seats? I found a single open seat at the edge. I found a single empty seat at the edge. But when I looked at who was sitting next to it, I moaned. Oh, it's you. You again? Moeka Kiryu was there. She was speaking to no one, just typing endlessly into her phone. Do we still actually have her in our messaging? No, we don't. Shining Finger is gone. I'd once named her Shining Finger because of her incredible typing speed, and she was as fast as ever. Who was she talking to? I didn't even want to imagine. I quickly turned away and looked for another seat. Dr. Leskinen reached the podium almost the exact instant I sat down. There was a huge wave of applause. But when they saw the tiny little girl come up next to him, the applause faded into confused murmurs. Mao must have expected this. Her expression didn't change in the slightest as she stood next to the professor. In fact, when she took the microphone from the professor and looked around the theater, she looked like she belonged there.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Whoa. English? First, Dr. Leskinen began to speak in English. When he made eye contact with Mao, she began to interpret.
Thank you for attending this seminar.
Everyone, thank you for coming to my seminar.
I am Alexis Leskinen.
My name is Alexis Leskinen, and I'm with Victor Mitochondria University's Brain Science Institute. My specialty is brain signal processing systems and artificial intelligence theory.
I'm starting to wonder if I should even be talking over this.
And I am his assistant, Maho Hyajo. I'm also a researcher at the Institute, working under the professor. I'm glad to meet you all.
The audience started murmuring again. That was the same way I responded when I met her. Well, that'll happen, yeah.
Now, without further ado,
I'd like to get right into it by introducing some of the cutting-edge research we're doing.
I know today's theme is
The topic we're discussing today is the artificial intelligence revolution, but I think the system we're going to demonstrate today goes beyond anything you've ever imagined.
Often shortened to AI, there have been many different definitions for this word since its creation. For example, some use it to refer to control systems with self-directed learning capability, while others use it to refer to programs whose thought routines mirror a human. Dr. Leskinen stood in front of the laptop that had been placed on the podium and started to type. I'm going to be terrified if Karisu appears on there. Like, is she going to be the face of the AI? If so, what kind of twisted reality is this?
This terminal here is connected
This computer is linked to one of the supercomputers in our labs. Oh, don't turn on the projector just yet.
One of the staffers was about to display the laptop screen on the front projector. Some kind of important program must have been booting up because Maho Hyajo stopped them.
Sorry, this is all.
Sorry, the stuff isn't complete yet. The screen's filled with programs that aren't very pretty to look at.
Honestly, I'm
What kind of, like, death documents are you just, like, having them displayed?
I'd rather let you see me naked than let you see these lousy programs.
Any engineers out there?
If there are any engineers in the audience today, you want to know what I'm talking about, right?
Some of the audience got the professor's joke and left.
Anyway, while this finishes
起
splitting
動
up,
するまでの
While it's
間
booting up, I'll go over the
この
basic
シス
idea
テ
of the
ム全体
system.
の概略を説明しましょう
There was another projector in the center of the stage. A diagram appeared on its screen. And at the top of the diagram was a Japanese translation for the general audience. An analysis of neural pulse signals relating to memories stored in the temporal lobe. An electrical signal that travels through a human's nerve cells. It's used to quickly spread information between cells. A part of the cerebrum located at the side of the brain. It controls memory, judgment, emotional restraint, hearing, and more. It's also used for accessing the hippocampus, which is on the edge of the cerebrum. Isn't that... I knew that title well. In fact, I was sure I could never forget it. It was the title of an essay written by a 17-year-old genius and published in Science. She completely analyzed the nerve impulse patterns that governs human memory and used that to digitize the memories themselves into data. And she had used that to invent the time leap machine right in front of my eyes. Though, none of that had actually happened anymore.
we've actually been featured in a few
Science
journals
誌に
with-
This figure appeared in Science, so I'm sure some of you have seen it before.
with the project. It was proposed by a very talented
これは
Japanese member of our
This theory was proposed and finalized by a brilliant Japanese
天
member of
才
our
的な
team.
日本人
Ugh.
human memories are stored in
人
the
間の記憶
cerebral
は
Human memories are stored in the cerebral cortex, particularly the temporal lobe. They're a lot like flash memory.
いわゆる
the part of the temporal lobe
そのメモリに記憶を書
The
き
part
込
of
ん
the,
だり
of the brain that reads and writes this flash memory is called the hippocampal
海馬傍
gyrus.
回という部位になります
The hippocampal gyrus is found on the outside edge of the hippocampus. It is the part of the brain that controls memories and spatial recognition. It is responsible for spatial processing as well as the sensation of being familiar with a situation or place. It plays an important role in memory encoding and retrieval. The gray-colored external layer of the human brain. It is only a few millimeters thick, but consists of over 10 billion neurons in countless layers. The central core governing sensation, movement, and mental activity. Different parts handle different functions. I am wondering, like, are we going to be able to still time travel in this game? It feels like we're still going to have some control over reality, and I'm terrified because I don't want any more. I've gotten it. The first game has already been into my head. Don't screw with time. I get it. I don't want... Time Machine's the worst power. I get it. I don't want to hear it anymore. If you had any superpower, what would you have, actually? I think the coolest one would be shapeshifting, honestly. I don't know. Those, I get it, game. I don't want time travel as a power. Dr. Leskinen points to the diagrams of the brain and hippocampus on the screen.
the brain works by transmitting
No,
electrical signals
The brain functions by sending electrical signals between cells called
電気
neurons.
信号
Also referred to as nerve cells, specialized for information. Also referred to as nerve cells, cells specialized for information processing. Electrical pulses flow through these cells to share various types of information, making them a form of transmission mechanism.
が伝わっていくこと
what we call memories are just
記憶
those
というの
Memories
も
are actually just the transmission of these electrical signals, and it's the hippocampal gyrus that controls them.
in other words
つまり
In other words, memories are created by passing electrical signals in and out of the hippocampal gyrus.
記憶
that was a foundation for
そこで
Christmas case.
So,
マキセ・クリ
Kurisu
ス
Makise,
こ
the
の論文を
Japanese
書いた
scientist who
日
wrote
本
this
人研
paper,
究者です
Excuse me? I mean, Ms. Makise, one of the-
Miss Makise came up with an idea.
You see here, electrical signals,
Electrical
海馬傍
signals,
回を通る電気信
signal
号が
patterns, the
電気
cerebral
信号の
cortex.
パターンと大脳皮質の
Miles started to have trouble with her interpreting. She was getting confused. No matter how good you were with languages, interpreting for a long period of time had to be difficult. Sorry. I once read an article on the internet that said even a professional can't do it for more than 20 minutes. International conferences and live broadcasts from overseas were actually handled by a team of people switching off. Or maybe... was she having trouble because Kurisu's name came up? Dr. Leskinen saw she was having trouble and cut himself off.
すみません
I'm sorry, Miss Makise focused on the pattern of electrical signals going in and out of the hippocampal gyrus. By analyzing the pattern, she was able to get complete data on which memory in the cerebral cortex is corresponded to. This created the basic theory that lets us take the vague analog thing that we call memories and turn it into a digital combination of electrical signals. The result was her paper, which appeared in Science. And right now, our team is using that theory to create a system to turn a person's memories into digital data.
A wave of whispers swept across the theater.
Which means we can store and access a human's memories on a computer.
Whispers turned to a low roar. I see. So even after her death, Carice's research was being carried on. Of course, maybe it was natural that it would be. That was the basic theory for time leaping, which I had proved myself, even if I could never prove it to anyone else in the Alpha world line. My memories have been turned into data and stored on a computer. There's no doubt about that. And what Dr. Leskinen was talking about right now was the basic technology required for that process.
There are two major projects we're working on right now. One uses the system for medical applications.
The slide on the projector changed.
This project is a joint effort with the Psychophysiological Lab. The idea is to use the hippocampal gyrus to put the memory stored on a computer back into the brain.
Incredible! Someone who looked like a grad student in the front row shouted. Dr. Leskinen didn't seem particularly put off by that interruption. Maho continued her interpretation.
You don't believe it? I know how you feel.
Incredible, huh? I understand how you feel. I would feel the same way in your position.
But let me just ask you.
But we feel this research is making real progress. How wonderful would it be if we could make this work?
We could treat memory loss in
One example would be memory problems caused by aging or Alzheimer's. This would be a form of symptomatic therapy.
Treatment intended not to cure the cause of a disease, but to alleviate its symptoms and relieve pain. Painkillers and fever reducers are examples of symptomatic therapy. It would be great to cure stuff like that.
Anyone's memories could be.
We could automatically back up the patient's memories as data.
Even if a memory is lost,
Even if the patient loses their memories, they could just go to their PC and reinstall them.
we could halt the progress of scenario information.
We think this would be a way to stop memory loss.
Eventually, it would be
In the end, we hope to make memory data stored on your PC constantly accessible via the hippocampal gyrus.
So if the brain were to loss,
This would mean that if the brain functionality was lost, for example, if the brain was badly damaged or atrophied,
the system would essentially
brain functionality could still be maintained.
think of it like an external hard drive.
It would be like a form of external storage.
A data storage unit that can be detached from a computer or cell phone or other electronic device. Some examples include hard drives and flash memory. A strange feeling gripped the hall. Part of it was shock and the feeling that they were witnessing the announcement of an incredible technology. Part of it was skepticism that a system like this could ever actually work. Part of it was revulsion at the idea of playing around with a human brain like that. An excitement born of all these things passed from one member of the crowd to another. Dr. Leskinen raised his hand to encourage questioners.
I'm seeing some of you have questions.
It looks like I need to take questions before we move on to the next project.
I'll answer as many as I can. Go ahead.
I'll answer anything I can. Go ahead.
Many hands were raised. I could tell that there was a wide age range of people interested. Both young and old were raising their hands. Dr. Leskinen pointed to a questioner. This was the first question. Sampling would be required when digitizing analog memories. Does that mean any information would be lost? The act of taking data at regular intervals. The professor nodded as he listened to the question in Japanese and began to respond in English when the speaker finished. Maybe he was able to understand Japanese, if not speak it.
Let me live
To put your question another way,
You're talking about attempting to
オーケストラの
You're saying that when you're saving a live recording of an orchestra as a WAV file, it's impossible to record everything.
That's certainly a concern.
確かに
That's a good question, and it's one of the biggest problems facing our research right
現
now.
在の研究
Now, if the intercerebral network
脳内の
If the network within the brain
ネットワークが
consists simply of neurotransmitters turning on and off, that is, exchanging binary data, the problem would be simple.
After all, that's how
それ
our
は
computer
That would be the
デジタ
exact same
ル
thing
デ
as a
ータと同
computer's
じこ
digital
とだから
data.
です
Unfortunately, intercerebral
しかし
transmission
実
just
際
But
に
we
は
know that neurotransmitters and electrical signals form an analog network within
脳
the
内で
brain.
アナログ
so at present, the best
この
solution
問題
is
に
The only
関
way
し
we
て
have
は
to deal with this problem right now is to sample at a higher
よ
rate.
り高い
in musical teams you could
音
say
楽の話
To
で
continue
言
our
えば
music example, instead of sampling at 44.1 kHz, we'd sample at 48 kHz. And instead of 48 kHz, we'd use 96 kHz.
96
it's still digital data, of course.
それによって
This allows us to recreate something very close to the original
アナログ
analog
デー
data
タに近
digitally.
い情報を得ようとしていま
Little
す
by little, the mood in the room was turning to disappointment. People were beginning to wonder if this was just a pretty theory that wouldn't work in reality. More questions came. All of the questioners were skeptical of the professor's theory. Many of them seemed to be outright challenging him. I started to get upset. This was Dr. Leskinen's research, but it was also Karisu's. I knew better than anyone that it worked, and the sight of so many people refusing to give it a chance infuriated me. Are these people really scientists? I tried to keep myself under control and looked back towards the podium. Was she mad? She certainly looked disappointed. Dr. Leskinen was very polite with the rude questioners, acknowledging the problems with the theory. She was very different. Her anger was starting to seep into her interpreting, too. I felt a kind of kinship with her. The question and answer session continued.
From a medical standpoint, this is just reckless. It's absolutely impossible to rewrite digital data back into the brain. It's insane. I read the essay in Science, and I have to say, I don't believe it. Especially since the lead author was a 17-year-old girl.
What's the one thing I couldn't ignore?
あなたね
Listen. Objection!
あ
What? The two people on the stage and the entire audience. Nice face you have there. All turned toward me at once. How do you know it won't work when you haven't even tried? The world is full of technologies that people never thought would work. But they exist now because people overcame those problems. Criticism alone doesn't help anything. All theater went silent. But I didn't regret standing up.
あなた
You...
On the stage, Maho Hiyaja was staring at me in shock. And as for Dr. Leskinen, I saw a flash of white teeth as our eyes met.
Awesome. He's really
Awesome.
something.
He's really something. He started to applaud. Huh? Why was he applauding? That just makes things embarrassing.
素晴らしい
Awesome.
彼は
He's really
なかな
something,
か
the
大
professor
したや
says.
つだです
I'll translate the professor's words for me to hear.
Nonetheless, a scientist must
ただ
always
し
remain
But a
composed.
scientist must
科
remain
学者
calm
た
at
るも
all
の常
times.
に冷静で
The only time when it is
大声
possible
で
to
The only time when you're allowed to
怒鳴
yell
って
is when your
いいのは
experiment
実験が
succeeds
成
at
功
it and you
した時
say,
よ
We did it,
We did it
We did it.
and that should be enough.
それだけで十
That's all you
分
need, he says.
I'm sorry. I lowered my head and sat down. I thought I was calm, but I guess I let my emotions get away from me. I hadn't grown up at all in those past 6 months. If Carissa was here, she'd make fun of me again. I could feel the rest of the audience staring at me coldly. It hurt. If I could have left, I would have wanted to, but I was too interested in hearing the rest of Dr. Leskinen's talk to move.
And anyway, moving on.
え
Alright, everyone.
それでは
Moving
皆さん
on.
Oh, first, a round of applause,
でも
please.
But first,
ー
how about a
その
round
前
of applause for our
に
brave
勇敢な
audience
彼に
member?
拍手をお願いし
Oh
ます
no, please no.
Men like him are what
彼
drives
のような
scientific
Challengers
挑
like
戦
him are
者
the
こ
ones
そ
who
が
advance science and come up with the really amazing theories.
He may even become the third
彼なら
Einstein.
きっと
He may be
第
capable
3
of
の
becoming
アイ
the
ン
third
シュタインに
Einstein.
なれるかも
The second Einstein, of course,
ち
would
な
be
み
my
に
right
By the way,
hand.
the second
第二の
Einstein is my little
アインシュタイン
assistant
は
here.
変なこと
messing
言う
around,
のはや
Professor.
めてください教授
Jens chuckled. Sheesh. Albert Einstein, 1879 to 1955, a German Jew known as the father of modern physics. He developed many important theories, including the theory of general relativity and theory of special relativity, winner of the 1921 Nobel Prize in Physics.
さて、
Now then, I'm going to take a break from
ここで
interpreting.
私はしばらくこれから
The next interpreter is
私よ
far
りも
better than I
優秀
am.
なこれが
This is our second project and the one we're putting the most of our
今
efforts
最
toward.
も力を入れている2つ目のプロジェクト、アマデウスシステム
The,
です。
the Amadeus system.
When she finished speaking, Maho walked to the back of the stage. Oh god. At Dr. Leskinen's signal, the PC screen was displayed on the projector. And then I heard a voice.
皆さん、初めて
Nice to meet you,
お目にかかります
everyone.
It's an AI! The murmuring got louder than before, but it felt more uncertain than surprised. On the screen, I could see a detailed 3D model of Maho, the girl who had just been interpreting.
ちなみにこれは
By the way, this model was made by the famous Drinkworks Studios. You've probably seen their movies.
Drinkworks? An American CG movie production company. Thanks, game. Maho Hyajo chimed in from the back of the stage.
声については
The voice was done by a Japanese company, Yamana, using my voice samples.
日本の山名が作ってくれま
This
した
was CG. Sure looked real to me. The professor said something into the laptop's microphone. And then the 3D model of Maho Hyajo on the screen opened its mouth.
私はヒヤジ
I'm Maho Hyajo. To be precise, I'm a being based on Maho Hyajo who existed 78 hours and 22 minutes ago.
魔法から派生した存在
If you listen carefully, you might be able to hear something slightly off. But it sounded far more human than any artificial voice I'd ever heard.
先ほどから
I've been listening to your conversation or questions.
Oh god, we're gonna have an Amadeus Karisu, aren't we?
教授はどうして
And I was wondering why the professor didn't introduce me earlier.
とても以前から感じ
I thought for a while that the professor has a bit of a mean streak in him.
全くだわ
You've got that right.
Maho Hyajo on the screen spoke with a slightly irritated expression. And the Maho Hyajo by the wall nodded in agreement. Dr. Leskinen simply smiled. What was going on here? Well, part of this was their biggest project. The rest of the audience didn't seem to have any more of a clue than I did.
皆さんの多くは
Many of you are wondering
人間の記憶を
whether it's possible to extract humans' memories as data, save them, and use them.
そんなことが
You're wondering if that's really something we can do.
それでは
So I'll put the question to you. If not, what am I?
私は
I am based off of data that was extracted from Maho Hyajo's brain 78 hours and 23 minutes ago.
持ちその
What she just say?
ベースにして動いているのです
Professor said something else in rapid English and asked the Maho on the screen to translate it. But she, if she was the right word, hesitated and went silent. I looked at the real Maho and she was responding exactly the same way.
教授
Professor, is it alright if...
教授
Professor, is it alright if I report that sexual harassment to the university?
として大学に訴えてもいいでしょう
Dr. Lessinen laughed cheerfully in response to her. The conversation was in quick English, and over half the audience couldn't understand it. The real Maho sighed and took back the microphone.
教授は
Well,
ですね
the professor, he told me that this Amadeus system is based off my memories to
私
answer a
の記憶
question.
で
It was, stuff like how old I was when I stopped taking baths with my dad?
初恋はい
Or
つだったか
when did I
とか
first fall in love? You
何
said
に
any of those
答え
questions
ら
could
れ
be
るだろ
answerable.
うと
Bruh,
Oh jeez, you don't have to translate anymore.
bruh, it's himself, it's herself. What's happening?
Would you stop that? It's embarrassing. I'm not answering any questions like that.
The professor said something else, and the Maho on the screen groaned and turned away.
And I'm definitely not telling you my credit card number. And I don't even remember what kind of pajamas I was wearing a week ago.
What was this? It was so natural I couldn't tell at first, but this was something unbelievable, wasn't it? It felt very different than a typical AI. I could tell that much. It wasn't answering the questions it was given. And because they were embarrassing? Was it programmed to respond like that to certain questions for the purposes of this demonstration? It was possible that that's all it was, but that conversation wasn't programmed in advance. Then the rest of the crowd seemed to reach the same conclusion I did, and the whispers turned into surprised murmur.
Listen, can you do something about this little troublemaker? I know what he's trying to do, but it's embarrassing.
The copy of Maho was complaining to the original. Felt like I was watching a pair of twin sisters talk. We're gonna have an Amadeus, Karisu. Oh god, I don't know if I even want that. It's gonna be too depressing.
Well, since the little troublemaker, that is Dr. Leskinen, is having too much fun to explain what's going on here, I will.
Maho walks back to the professor.
I think everyone's already figured this out, but Amadeus is deciding on its own what it can and can't talk about, and what it does and doesn't want to talk about. We haven't programmed any of this into her at all.
I knew it.
It's using the memories we gave it to make its own autonomous decisions.
The Maho on screen suddenly took over for her.
And there's another thing, which is the exact opposite of the medical application we discussed. The research team spends a lot of time arguing about this, but I eventually forgot about unnecessary information. Or rather, I became unable to access those memories just like all of you. For example, the color of the pajamas I wore a week ago. There's no reason I shouldn't know this, but right now I can't remember it. That's because the information isn't necessary to my survival. The same goes for all of you. So as you can see, Amadeus memory inputs and outputs are very similar to a human's. This result surprised us, too, and we're currently researching it, but we still don't know how exactly it works.
As Maho finished up, Dr. Leskinen took the microphone back. She resumed interpreting as he continued the lecture.
However, what really surprised us was that
Another thing that surprised us is that Amadeus is capable of deliberate lies.
and not as some sort of bug or glitch.
By deliberate, I mean it lies of its own free will, not as the result of any programming error.
Lying is literally just another method.
Lies are one method that humans use to communicate with one another.
Amadeus examined the memories
And just like a human, Amadeus can use its memories to decide if lying would be best. If so, it will lie without hesitation.
Oh dear.
Don't tell him that, Professor. I can't lie without hesitation. I have a conscience, you know.
I'm so sorry, and
I'm so sorry. Dr. Leskinen cut off. He seemed to be hesitating. Maho didn't seem especially surprised by this. Maybe she knew the reason. But the moment passed, and the professor continued. And Maho translated his words like there was nothing shocking about them at all.
this has led us to some interesting.
As we continue our research, we eventually believe that
For one, we believe it's possible for
Amadeus
Amadeus to
it may be possible to give Amadeus a soul, just like a living human.
I was stunned. A soul? Should one of the leading brain scientists in the world really be using a word with such a vague definition?
In other words, true artificial intelligence.
This would mean the creation of artificial intelligence, in a true sense.
The whole hall got very quiet. It was sheer chaos for a while after that, as everyone tried to debate their own personal theories with Dr. Leskinen at once. It was thanks to Zaki that I was able to get into the reception held after the ATO was over. They told me there was a dress code, so I went all the way back to my parents' house to get a suit and to change into. First, all that effort paid off as Izaki introduced me to some of the country's top researchers. Is Izaki? Hang on. No. Raikin, Jaxa, Ims, etc. But before long, Izaki ran off to suck up to some university professor, and I was left completely abandoned. Institute of Materials Structure Science, a lab at the High Energy Accelerator Research Organization, KEC, located in Tsukuba, Ibaraki. It primarily works in using electron accelerators to investigate structure and properties of matter. JAXA, Japanese Aerospace Exploration Agency, the National Aerospace Agency of Japan, an independent administrative agency formed October 2003 by uniting the Institute of Space and Aeronautical Science, ISAS, the National Aerospace Laboratory, NAL, and the National Space Development Agency, NASDA. It primarily does space and aeronautical research. Its headquarters is located at the Aerospace Center of Chofu, Tokyo. and has other space centers and observatories located all through the country, such as Usuda in Nagano, Sakuda in Ibaraki, and Sagamihara in Kanagawa. It also has Japan's only two rocket launch pads located in Uchinonora and Tanegashima in Kagoshima. As of March 2010, it employs around 1,500 people. I am having pain today in terms of speaking. Ugh. Anyways, Riken, the Institute of Physical and Chemical Research, founded in 1917, it is Japan's only general natural sciences institute. Research at Riken covers a variety of fields like physics, engineering, chemistry, computational science, biology, and medicine. Its base is located in Mako City, Saitama. There are also labs in Hyogo, Kanagawa, and other locations in Japan. Riken also has research centers in America, England, and other countries. And finally, Yamana. Fictional, an instrument maker that was founded in the 19th century. In the 2000s, they began to develop and sell artificial voice software and DTM, desktop music, software for PCs. I need water. I also need to not choke on water. Once a day, I choke on water. My own personal target, Dr. Leskinen, was surrounded by a bunch of famous scientists. I didn't feel like a mere student would be welcome. And so all I did was stand around and eat from the buffet by the wall. To be honest, I didn't tell if the food was any good or not. Whenever my glass got empty, a smiling waiter was always around to fill it up again, so I found myself drinking more than I intended. My stomach was already so full it hurt. Oh crap, I forgot to answer the phone call. Wait, can I go back? Whoopsie daisy. First of all, do I need to relook at the tips? No. Alright. Daru. Oh, I can scroll through options. I can't believe you get to go to a fancy party. Die in a fire, Mr. Fancy Pants. You could have helped too. All the food here looks so good. There's nobody to talk to and I'm bored. There's nobody to talk to and I'm bored, man. Well, that kind of place has never been your style, Green. That's right. The only person I know here is my own professor, so I'm not sure what to do. Not. Ah. I love these little. Oh, these are adorable. I love these little, like, mini stickers of this character. These are going to be the things that make it worth it to go through the story and through the pain. These little mini cute stickers. I love them. They're so cute. Look how cute little. These are going to be the things that help restore my sanity throughout this game, aren't they? These are the things that are going to make going through this game not as painful. I'm almost positive. Lukaku. I want to see how the other characters look too, because judging by these expressions alone, everyone seems to have like different portraits and stuff. I mean, Moeka already had one that's new, but it looks like Mayuri, Daru, Lukaku, Suzuha, and Ferris all have new ones too. I'm also curious on who is Yuki? Who's Yuki Amane? My own personal target was, all I did was stand around and eat buffet. Whenever my stomach was already full, it hurt. The whole place felt like it was another world. I'm really not cut out for this. Who's talking with me? At the exact same moment I spoke, I heard a girl next to me say the exact same thing. Hello? Surprised, I look over at her. Our eyes met. Hello? Oh, it's you!
Oh, you.
Hi there, Maho. I still think you're probably going to end up becoming the main Kurisu of this game. Like, you're going to be the one that we're, like, stuck with the whole... I don't know. I get this vibe when I see this small, sassy child, where it's just like, You're gonna be like Kurisu, aren't you? You're gonna be like the main person of importance that's gonna help us with all of our in science and decisions and helping us figure out how to change the future and the past and all that. You're gonna be the one that we do that all with, right? Aren't you? I get the feeling that's gonna be the case. What was a middle school girl doing here? And then a moment later, I realized it was Maho Hyajo. She was wearing the exact same outfit she'd been wearing during the lecture. So I got my outfit for nothing? A lab coat and a place like this? That's just what the old me would have done.
Let me see. You're...
Maho's clearly out of place. Why? Because she was still wearing her lab coat? Why are you wearing a lab coat? I couldn't help but ask.
I was sure I brought some real clothes.
She was sure she had, but she hadn't. And that's why she was standing in the corner, trying not to attract attention.
You're the guy who was at the desk this afternoon.
I'm Rintaro Okabe. I'm a student at Tokyo Denki University, and Professor Izaki's class. I handed her one of the business cards that I'd thrown on together after Izaki told me I needed them. She grabbed one out of her own... She grabbed one of her own out of a stack and carelessly put it in my hand.
It's fine. None of you be so polite.
That was a huge help.
My name's pretty rare, isn't it?
Huh? Oh yeah. No one's... You said nobody could read it? I looked at the card and saw that the pronunciation of her name was written in unusually large letters. That was probably because of how people kept screwing it up.
It's a common name in Okinawa, though.
You're from Okinawa?
My great-grandmother and great-grandfather were immigrants. I was born and raised in America.
Half... No, you don't look half Japanese. Quarter Japanese?
Nope. My grandpa, grandma, mom, and dad were all Japanese. My DNA is purely Japanese.
I don't need an info on DNA, I'm gonna be real with you. Huh. So, and then the conversation stopped. I'm a terrible conversationalist, honestly. The old me would have gone full Chunibyo and started ranting about conspiracies and magic powers and whether the other person cared or not, but you can't really call that a conversation. I kind of miss Hewing Kyoma, though. Literally 8th grader's disease. This term refers to the slightly unusual actions and speech patterns commonly used by Japanese boys undergoing puberty. It can also be used as a pejorative term toward people who left puberty a long time ago but still say highly embarrassing things as if they were still kids. Chiba refers to someone who performs antisocial, misanthropic, or delusional actions or makes statements in an attempt to make themselves seem like a grown-up. While the speaker may think that they are really cool, from the perspective of an adult, they look ridiculous. Chunibyo can be broken down into further into categories, one of which is the Evil Eye Chunibyo, who seem convinced that he has a special anime power or backstory, for example, an evil eye that gives him magical abilities. Strictly speaking, Ocarine falls into this category. I kind of miss Hewing Kyoma, though. I had no idea what to say to somebody I'd never met. I've been working at becoming a real adult, even buying and studying men's magazines, but none of it really helped. Without anything to talk about, I looked over to Dr. Leskinen. He seemed to be giving a lecture on neurons to a bunch of scientists. I'm sorry about today.
Huh? Sorry for what?
Oh, for interrupting your lecture.
Oh, that. Don't worry about it. If you hadn't spoken up, I probably would have. I can't stand people like that.
You sure that would have been a good idea? You heard what the professor said. A scientist should remain calm at all times.
I'm not speaking as a scientist right now, so it's fine.
It must have really ticked her off because she grabbed a cocktail from a passing waiter and gulped it down.
Yeah.
Her cheeks turned a pretty shade of pink for an instant, but no longer. She might have had a high alcohol tolerance.
But you're right. Really. Sorry. Criticisms like that, they aren't very nice, but they're true. A lot of our research still has a long way to go.
Really?
There are a lot of problems we still have to deal with. More than we discussed at the lecture. Here's an example. We can write memory back into the brain, but if the brain can't use it, then it's useless. The memories are there, but you can't get to them. It's basically the same as amnesia.
As Mao spoke, I remembered. I remembered all the lectures and theories that Karisu had given me when she was making the time leak machine. If I remember right, when people try to access their memories, the signal goes from the frontal lobe to the temporal lobe, right?
Yep, top-down memory search signals.
Nerve signals at the cerebrum that are sent from the frontal lobe to the temporal lobe during memory retrieval. Part of the cerebrum located at the front of the brain controls thought, will, action, movement, creativity, and more. The frontal lobe can further be divided by location into the prefrontal cortex, motor cortex, and premotor cortex. So then... And then I started to talk, remembering what Karisu had told me about her theories as I went. When I used specialized terminology whose meanings I barely remembered, Maha would tell me what they were. And so finally, in the process of writing these memories back to the temporal lobes, if you send the pseudopulse you copied along with them to the frontal lobes, the memory search signal will function properly. I think.
Did you figure that out for yourself?
What? No. I'll look back at the business card I'd given her.
Your major isn't brain science, so someone told you this. Or did you read it in a paper? No, that's impossible. She wouldn't have put it into a paper yet.
Did I say something wrong?
No, that's not it. One of the researchers at the lab said the exact same thing. None of the other staff believed her, but she said she was sure she could prove it. In the end, she left us before she got to the test stage.
That's... Should I tell her? Should I tell her about me and Karisu? In this world line, there's almost no connection between me and Karisu.
What is it?
I made up my mind. If I wanted to follow my dreams, I need to act. Actually, it was Karisu who told me about this theory.
What? What'd you just say?
Karisu Makise told me about it.
Karisu told you? When? Why?
When she was over here as an exchange student, so we became friends, and she talked to me about this stuff. Of course, that was a lie. Karisu and I became friends in the Alpha World line, not this one. A small lie like this was probably okay.
I see. So Karisu... Thank you. I mean it.
Her words surprised me. That was the one thing I didn't expect to hear. For what?
For being her friend. She came to Japan all alone. I mean, I'm sure she would have been bored studying all by herself.
All we ever did was fight, though.
That sounds like her. She never gave in, did she?
Never. She'd argue for hours. She told me all the time about how she was going to give me a lobotomy and rip out my frontal lobe. A method of treating mental illnesses by performing surgery on the brain. A small hole is opened in the skull, and a long knife is used to remove the frontal lobe. In some cases, this was sufficient to cure the illness, and the inventor was given the Nobel Prize for his work. However, due to the serious psychological side effects and damage to the personality caused by the loss of the frontal lobe, lobotomies were banned worldwide in 1970. Just stop by for a bit, watch the full later. It's liking it. It's been really cool so far. I'm terrified about what this game's going to have in store for me. But we'll deal with it. At the very least, I can have cute little emojis of the characters to give me my sanity back. Anytime that things just start getting too depressing, I'm just gonna look at these and just restore my sanity. Oh dear. I gotta save the game. Even his profile picture is depressed. Wait, it is. No. The 1,000-yard stare.
What?
まさかそん
She
なこ
wouldn't.
と。クリスなら
I could see Karisu saying that.
だろ
Right?
ちゃんと後輩
You
の
need to
教育をして
discipline your
おいてほし
researchers
かった
better.
その点に関して
I'll
は
admit that
認め
much.
るわ。
Sorry.
陳謝します。
You were friends with Karisu, weren't you? Huh? She smiled, or so I thought. And all of a sudden, she started to cry. What's wrong? I didn't have any better idea, so I grabbed my handkerchief.
Huh?
She didn't seem to know why she was crying herself. And neither did I. Had I said something during the conversation that set her off? Are you okay?
大丈夫か
平気よ。
I'm
ごめんな
fine.
さい。
Sorry.
She didn't take my handkerchief. Instead, she took a tissue out of her pocket and wiped her eyes. My brave third Einstein! Who? What? Oh, it's you! I turned around and saw Dr. Leston smiling and quickly strang toward— Wait a minute! Wait a minute! Did you just speak in— You just spoke in— Wait a minute. You're speaking in Japanese! I thought you said you couldn't speak Japanese! What? He grabbed my hand as he got closer. The handshake was incredibly forceful. And his hands were as big as a bear's paw. No, not just his hands. This man is 10 feet tall. Standing in front of me, he looked even bigger than he had during the lecture. I'm pretty tall, but he was at least a head taller than me. This man is 10 feet tall. Professor, I...
教授
Uh-oh. It was also something that I couldn't even think of an introduction. And... Wait. Did he just speak in Japanese? Still... great, now I have to...
Still, I don't approve of you making my assistant cry.
Oh, no. This is...
違います
No,
教授
Professor. It wasn't his fault. He had nothing to do with it.
関係ないですから。
Paul and I both denied it as much as we could. But I didn't know why Maho was crying, so I couldn't come up with any excuses. I just started to panic even more. So basically,
つまりその
クリスです。
Karisu.
彼と
I was talking about him with him about Karisu and I just started crying.
いろいろ感情が。
Karisu? You're a friend of Karisu's.
それは
I...
はい
Yeah.
岡部倫太郎
This
さ
is
ん。
Rentaro Okabe.
学
He's a
生だそう
student.
です。
I feel like we're about to start getting very involved with these two. And this is going to end up leading to more interesting scenarios. Mao introduced me. Hi. Dr. Leskinen had a gentle expression on his face as he gave me a slow hug. This man is very friendly. I felt like I was going to suffocate in his massive arms. Somehow I could tell that I was his way of remembering Karisu.
I see. If that's the case, then Maro.
はい。
Yes?
Why won't introduce her to Mr. Okabe?
まさか。
You can't mean us Amadius.
Don't tell. I was scared of this. I was scared of this. I was scared of this. Don't show me. Don't show Kabe Karisu as a Marius. I knew this was going to happen.
It was good luck that brought him here to us.
Us. Wasn't it?
While we're in Japan, you can have him be a tester.
本気ですか
Are you serious? You can't just let an outsider.
If he's a friend of Karisu's, he's no outsider, correct?
ですが。
Sir.
What were they talking about? Uh-oh. Marius. Okay, gotcha. Still though, oh gosh, wait a minute. I just realized another problem. If an Amadeus version of Karisu sees us, she's not going to remember the other timelines. She's not going to remember the fact that, like, we know her on another timeline. Well, maybe she will because of reading Steiner? I'm not... Oh gosh, don't show me Karisu again, please. I had no idea, but this was my chance to build a relationship with Dr. Leskinen. I didn't want to blow it.
俺
I'd
ぜ
love
ひ
to
お
help.
手伝いしたいです
Nice.
Nice!
He patted me on the shoulder and smiled. It was an innocent smile, like a child's.
じゃあ
Okay then, ask Maho for the details. Thanks.
よろしく
And their scientist was calling him, so he wandered away. Ma was shaking her head in disbelief. I'm terrified.
アマデウスに合わせ
What's
る
he
とか
talking about? Meaning
Tester
Amadeus?
とか。
Amadeus?
一体何の
Being a
話なんだ
tester?
コンベンションでやっ
A
たデモンストレーシ
demonstration
ョ
of
ン
Amadeus, as we did during convention, used my memories, but
私のアマデウスのデータと
Amadeus
して
also has another researcher's memory saved as data.
研究
Oh, so this is why Kurisu's still gonna be relevant during the game. Another researcher's memories. What does that mean? This is going to hurt. When I finally figured it out from Dr. Leskin and then Maho's conversation, my heart started pounding. I need the comfort. I need comfort. Hang on. I need to see the cute Mayuri thing. Okay. You can't mean
まさかあいつ
her?
なのか
そう
Yeah,
アマデウスの中に
Kreese's and Makise's memories are stored in
マキセ
Amadeus.
クリスの
They're 8
記
months
憶が
old
保
though.
存されているわ
Okay, so maybe we won't have to
8
worry
ヶ月
about
前のクリス
the
だけどね
potential of her not knowing us. Several days passed after the ATF party. 10 minutes from Ikebukuro via the express train. At the very least, we're not going to have to worry about the AI not knowing us because the AI won't know us from 8 months ago. And then 10 minutes by bus from a station called Wako City in Saitama. The office I was looking for was on the second floor of a building next to Evreiken. I am not okay with this. Global Brain Science Comprehensive Research Organization Japanese Office Prep Room. That was what the plate on the door said, as a mouthful. To get in, you needed 3 types of special keys plus a security card.
ここは
What is this place?
各国の脳
The
科
plan
学
is
研
for brain
究者が
scientists
連
from all
携を
around
し
the
て
world to work together to make a new
新しい機構を作る予
organization.
定なの
Our lab is leading the way.
私たちの研究
What
所を
organization is
主
it
導
called? I
してね
swear to God, if you say CERN, I'm blowing up this entire... No. She let me inside. Oh, okay. Can I get more silly conversations on the side, please? Alright, who's texting us this time? Ferris, the mysterious Suketos that have at last appeared in Akihabara. This is one of the hidden doors of Akihabara that leads to the truth, nya. If you know not of it, then very well, nya. Tells me that we cannot journey together, but if my sacrifice shall put an end to this, that I shall go through the door with gladness, nya. He's so tired. Jealous. Oh, we have Maho's number here. One thing I've heard about this game is the true ending is a lot more obvious to get rather than the complete ambiguity of the first. Don't even know how people figure that out. Well, that's interesting. Again, I'll have to come back on how I feel that once I beat the game, obviously, later. But it was interesting how the first game was very, very specific in how to get it. There wasn't even a whiteboard, which made the room look even more empty. There wasn't a lot of natural light. Maybe the windows were on the north side? The only illumination was from the overhead fluorescent lights. The room felt very cold.
ここは
This is
あく
just the
ま
prep
でも準
room.
備室だから
No one was sitting at any of the desks, but 2 of them had stuff on them. One of them was a mess, filled with notes, calculators, coffee cups, and supplement bottles. That was the one Maho sat down at. Which meant the one that was neatly organized must belong to Dr. Leskinen, right?
教授は
Where's the professor?
今日はオフ
Off today.
Well, it was Sunday.
君も
Are you off today too?
ええ
Yeah, otherwise I
So
wouldn't have been able to
it's
sleep
not
past noon.
昼過ぎまで寝ていられるわ
That's
けな
true.
いでしょ
When I gone to pick her up from the hotel in Wako City, she'd come out of the room half asleep. I mean, it looks like you're honestly always asleep, to be honest with you, Maho. This was the day that I was to meet Amadeus Kurisu. Maho had gone over the basics of being a tester on the way here. Essentially, Amadeus needed sample data for conversations, and they were going to give me an environment where I could talk to it at any time, 24 hours a day. Sleep-deprived gang. She didn't give me any details beyond that, though. So I'll be able to talk to Amadeus Kurisu 24 hours a day, huh?
あいつは
Is she...
クリスのアマデウ
Is
スは
Kurisu's
ここにいるのか
Amadeus here?
ええ
Yeah,
Mao nodded and gave me a glance.
あいつ
you just said she, didn't you?
今
Huh? Yeah.
私が思って
You
いる
two
よ
were
り
a
も
lot closer than I thought,
ず
weren't
っ
you?
と親しかったの
Maybe my silence was an answer in and of itself. Miles' response was uncharacteristically hesitant. I need more happiness. Lukaku, Kabe, may I have a moment of your time? Is it important? No, it's not that important. Can it wait then? Alright, I'll contact you later. Sorry. No, please don't worry about it. Yippee! Yippee! He's so cute. Uh,
だとしたら
And maybe you shouldn't meet her after all.
やめた方
どうしてだ
why?
相手が
The more... The closer you are to someone, the crueler that system is.
あのシス
Damn. Is it too late to quit?
大丈夫だ
I'm okay. The pain. It's building.
分かった
Fine,
も
I
う
won't
言
bring
わ
it
ない
up again. But just remember one thing.
ロードする記憶は
The memories are from
ク
March,
リス
the
が
last
最
time
後に
Kurisu
更
did
新
an
した
update.
3月のでだから3
But
月以
anything you
降
say about what happened after March, for
例えば
example, when she was in
彼女
Japan,
が
she
日
won't
本に留
remember.
学していた時のことを聞いても全く通じない
That's right, isn't it?
それに
And the professor and I have run her program a lot of times between March
私
and
や教授
today.
が何度もその度にクリ
Each
スは
time Kurisu, I mean the Amadeus Kurisu, has created memories that the original never had.
元私たちが聞かせ
Stories
た
were never
話
were told her. We've told her information she's found on the internet, new people
新し
she's
く
talked
会話
to,
を交わした人
things
た
like
ち
that.
そう
So it's not really gonna be Kurisu.
つまり
In other words, what you're about to meet isn't Kurisu
あなた
Makise.
の友人
Your
だった
friend.
マキセ・クリス
Uh,
このシステムの
It's one of the
問
problems
題
with
点
the
の一つなんだ
system.
けれど
It causes a lot of confusion with the people on this
こちら
side.
側
I mean, us humans.
人間のまるで
Because you'll
本当の
think
クリスと
you're talking to the
今
real
この瞬
Kurisu.
間にチャットでもしているような錯
so don't
覚
get
に陥
reality
る
and
から
fantasy mixed up, I guess.
共有できて
Our
い
brains
ない
have
記
trouble
憶の
keeping
層
up
に
with the
関
fact
して
that our memories aren't
こちら
shared
の
with
脳
them.
がついていけなくなってしまうのね
Memories that aren't shared. Now there's a feeling I know well. Reading Steiner. It was a power only I possessed, which made my memories different than those of the people around me.
案内してくれ
Take me to her. Mal gave me a slight nod.
こっちよ
This way.
I guess we'll just have to rebuild our relationship with a new Kurisu, I guess. She led me to the back of the room. There was a booth, separated by a thick partition. To get inside the booth, you needed a different card key than the one used to get into the room, as well as a security code.
ずいぶん厳重なんだ
Pretty strict about security.
今の時代
Industrial
産
spies
業
are our
スパイ
biggest
が
threat
一
these
番
days.
恐ろしいの
She entered the security code and unlocked a door.
どうぞ
Go inside.
Oh god. Oh god. Ah! This room is terrifying! Where's my phone? My phone's gone! The room was about 2.5 meters per side. At one end was a white desk, and above it was a PC with a built-in 30-inch screen monitor.
少しだけ後ろに
Sit just
座っ
behind
てい
me.
て
There was a small sofa that let you sit behind the user and see what was happening on the screen. I sat there. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. No. Maho powered on the PC and began to type. This is gonna hurt. Sally Reem. A second later, the words Amadeus system appeared on screen. What is that horrifying image on the left? That's just a silhouette in a that's just a silhouette in like a hallway. What is that? There's like a silhouette at the end of a hallway that looks like it's about to murder me. What is that? I saw her put the ID in. Didn't notice that before. Salieri? Salieri? I don't even know how to say that. Antonio Salieri, 1750-1825, an Italian composer who lived in the same time as Mozart. He was court composer at Vienna for many years and trained such famous composers as Beethoven, Schubert, and Liszt. Amadeus and Salieri are Mozart references. Okay, gotcha. Well, excited for the Salieri one. I didn't realize about the Amadeus one. Salieri and Amadeus, huh? Oh, is the game now going to tell me Latin for beloved of God and the middle name of the Austrian composer Mozart? There's also a movie about Mozart of the same name. And the game just said it for you. Yeah. Well, there you go. Game beat you to the punch, I guess. Was there some meaning to that? Come to think of it, in the famous movie Amadeus, there was a character who was spiteful and jealous of Mozart's incredible talents, but who, in the bottom of his heart, admired him more than anyone else. Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, 1765 to 1791, an Austrian composer along with Haydn and Beethoven. Why can I not say Beethoven? He is one of the most famous classical composers. He began to write songs at the age of 5 and left us over 600 masterpieces. In the modern era, he's often referred to as a genius, and there are many stories about him. That character's name was Salieri.
Don't look at the password.
Maho moved her body to hide her hands. I looked away. I snuck a squeak peek so I can sneak in later. No. She finished logging into the system, and a simple, bare command prompt appeared on screen.
Are you ready?
Nope, not at all. Not in the slightest for this, but it's not like we got a choice, so let's do it.
Ah,
Yeah,
頼む。
do it. Bao entered several commands at the prompt. I'm scared.
Sorry, I can't show you this.
まあ、
Well, I wouldn't be able to make any sense of it.
Still, you know how it is.
Fine. She turned off the monitor. Then she spun around to face me. I suddenly realized I was clenching my fists. How long had I been doing that? My hands were sweaty. There was a red spot at the base of my thumb where my nails had dug in. Was I more nervous than I realized?
What is it?
いや、
Oh, just... I'm
今になって
starting to get a little scared.
ちょっとおじ
There's still time. You can just leave now.
意地が悪い
You're
な。
pretty mean.
Really? I'm worried about you.
だったら、
Then act like it. Seriously. You, Kurisu, you lab girls.
クリスといい
For a
君とい
second,
い
the old joking me was about to come
実験大好
back.
きっ子は
You and Kyoma. I quickly changed the subject.
実験ばかりに明け暮れているやつは
People who spend all their time doing experiments can be so rude.
That's a clear case of slander. I can sue you for defamation if I want.
やめてくれ。
Stop.
恐ろしい
You're scaring me.
I know a good lawyer. Let me introduce you.
その前に
How about you stop suing me first?
If you want to talk about a settlement, you're gonna need a lot of cash.
後で毒ペンを
I'll buy you a Dr. B later. The abbreviation for a type of carbonated beverage that first served in America during the 1800s. At present, it's only available in Eastern Japan and some other small areas. It has a very unique taste, and its secret recipe is a combination of over 20 flavors. Like, what? Is this game freaking sponsored by Dr. Pepper?
You're so cheap.
I heard a small sound from the back of her throat. I guess she was laughing. Normally, I'd find that irritating, but strangely, coming from the girl in front of me... No, she was a grown woman, actually. I didn't. Hyaja was very strong-willed, with the prickliness and short temper unique to scientists. She always seemed to be a little upset about something. But maybe she wasn't that bad. Oh, I see. Maho. She's a lot like Karisu. Yep. She's gonna become the Karisu of this game. When I first met Karisu, she was like that. Arrogant, rude, never willing to change her mind, stubborn, hard-headed, and always ready to confront you with raised eyebrows whenever you said something she didn't like. I truly thought I'd never seen a more unlikable woman. But despite my first impression, on the inside, she turned out to be fragile, easily hurt, and so kind and so lovable. What's so funny, Maho? I suddenly heard a girl's voice from the speaker. Oh god, I'm not ready. I found myself jumping off the sofa. I knew this voice. I couldn't forget it. I could never. I'll turn on the monitor. Oh, this hurts. Ah! The girl I'd never forgotten appeared on the screen. Maybe it was based off her appearance at the brain science lab. Because she was wearing a white lab coat. The PC's camera turned towards me on its own. Who is this? Maho was introducing me. I didn't hear anything she was saying. I simply stared, entranced. I wanted to reach out my hands. I wanted to touch her. She was right there. Nice to meet you, Rentaro Okabe. I'm Karisu Makise. I look forward to working with you. What? You really gotta do this to me, game, huh? Oh god, what is going on? We literally just began and the game's already painful. Also, why am I seeing these horrible scenes from before? I saw freaking death there for a second, I'm pretty sure. I'm so scared already. Look at all the characters that. What are you wearing? Gary Moeka. Hi, G-Man. Mao. There's Suzuha. A new person. Oh, there was the friggin'. Oh, what the? That was Nae. Oh god. Maho Amane Yuki. Oh, come on. Uh-oh. I'm terrified. See you later, Rockstar. Have a good day. I'll have fun, or I'll get depression trying. Steins Gate 0. Close epigraph.
Alright, Mr. Okabe. Try relax.
Psychologist, did I go insane after seeing freaking Karisu?
My voice is a bridge guiding you down to the past. You're going down and down and down. And then you see a gentle colored light.
I was dreaming. Daydreaming. I was aware that I was lying on a big sofa, undergoing counseling. I tried my best to stay calm, and imagine what the psychologist was telling me.
What color is the light?
Aka.
Red.
赤ですか。
Red.
なるほど。
I see.
その光の中にあなた
The
の大
person you
切
care
な人が
about
立ってい
is
ます。
standing in the
その
light.
人は
Are they your
あなたの家
family?
族でしょうか。
いや、
No.
では友人
Then your
それと
friend.
も恋
Perhaps
人
lover?
恋人。
Lover. No,
いや、
not my lover.
友人です。
Not even my friend.
ではどういう
Then what are they? She and I are. Memories came flooding back into my mind like a geyser.
Could you come with me for a moment? Mayuri Sheena is not needed. Tell me, I know you use the time leap machine. Save Mayuri. Go to the Beta World line, the world where Mayuri doesn't die. Not just for your sake, but for mine as well. Will you remember me? Am I going to die? Don't want to die.
Okabe-san!
Mr. Okabe!
I killed her. It was me. It was me.
いいですか
Listen to me. I'm going to pat you on the shoulders. When I do, you'll be
それ
fully
を合
awake.
図に3、
Three, two, one,
1
now! There was a loud sound, and I felt an impact on my shoulders. Reese's suffering face disappeared instantly, and I could feel my consciousness awaking. I stood up off the sofa. I felt dizzy and almost fell over.
大丈夫ですか
Are you alright?
少し休んでいてくだ
Rest
さ
a
い
minute. I'll bring you a
タ
towel
オ
right
ルを持
now.
ってきますから
Oh. I have to remember I got the good ending in the original game. This is all not true technically, but it is true. It hurts knowing that Okabe's had to freaking go to a psychologist and it's not even helping. How can he forget? The fact that he just murdered is the one he loved. The psychologist left the room. I realized I was soaked in sweat. The air conditioner was working, so I could tell it wasn't from the heat. It was the first time I tried hypnotherapy at a mental health clinic. A method of therapy where the patient is placed in a hypnotic state and the therapist acts directly on their subconscious mind to remove the psychological traumas that led to mental illness. In Japan, there is no government certification system for hypnotherapy, but therapeutic associations do offer their own certifications. Certified hypnotherapists are sometimes called hypnosis technicians. My body felt strangely heavy. When I got outside, it was night. Amadeus! Oh god, I have the Amadeus system downloaded onto my phone! Oh god, I can just talk to Kurisu whenever I want. Fake Kurisu. Not real Kurisu, but sort of real Kurisu. When I got outside, it was night. It was almost December, and the wind was cold.
Mayuri!
Oh, look how bundled up you are, so soft.
How was it, Ocarine?
Mayuri Shina asked me gently. Mary was a high school student and my childhood friend.
Look at you all bundled up. You have a new hat.
She should come with me to counseling today. I told her I didn't need her to, but she left school early to come. All I ever did was make her worry. Around 3 months ago, my one obsession had been saving her. To me, she had always been someone I had to protect. Now, she was worried about me. It was only because of Mayuri's recommendation that I tried counseling. This is just depressing. Amadeus. Suzua! Goss Uncle Ocarine, but I refuse. Oh no! Oh, these are so cute, but I refuse. Okay. Listen, what do you think I should do about mom and dad? Who is your mother? We know who your dad is. Also, I guess you're just staying with us in this timeline, I guess. What do you mean? I just can't see them getting together like this. Yeah, no shit. Who's the mother? Well, you're right. Uncle Ocarine, is there anything you can do? You know there's nothing that I can do to help with that. You're right, yeah. Kinda hurts that you just gave up that easily. Doesn't seem to be your kind of thing, Uncle. Jealous? Okay. Okay. These emojis are gonna be my... These freaking emojis are gonna be my only lifeline to sanity. I need to cling to the silly, cute little chibi things. Otherwise, I'm going to genuinely lose my mind. My last line of defense is chibi happiness. It was only because of Mayuri's recommendation that I'd try counseling. It's not that bad, they said. I told her a small lie to make her feel better. Actually, they told me I'd suffered serious trauma. And they stopped the hypnotherapy and gave me a course of counseling and drugs. Now they wanted to wait to see the results. Basically, they decided there was nothing to do but treat my symptoms and wait for it to heal naturally. I couldn't tell if what Ma had shown me yesterday was having an effect. I underwent treatment without telling the psychologist about the time machine or the world lines or most of the things that had happened, so maybe there was no way for them to make a proper diagnosis. I mean, even if we told them, how could we, like... We know what's true and not. If we told them, they wouldn't be able to help. From their perspective, they suddenly just have a patient come in saying, hey, my trauma stems from the fact that I killed someone in another world line, and now I have to live with that guilt for the rest of my existence, despite the fact that no one else knows of it. Oh yeah, and World War III is going to happen in like a couple of years or whatever. It's just like, you're just going to treat them as a loony at that point. In any event, I decided not to think too much about the results. Hey, Mayuri, you haven't eaten yet, right? Want to go get some food? I'll treat you.
Oh, can we go to Akihabara then? Luca and Ferris say they haven't seen you forever and they want to meet up.
Akihabara, huh? The clinic was in walking distance of my house. Akihabara was much further away. But even so, I couldn't turn down Mayuri's request. I want to see friends. Until the events of this summer, I'd gone there almost every day. In fact, I'd practically lived there. Lately, I only went 3 times a week, at the absolute most. And then only to go shopping on the way home from school. We went out into the plaza in front of the station. Just like in Ikebukuro, even though it was only a month until Christmas, there was barely any decorations. I was sure the whole place would be covered in them the minute it was December 1st. Eventually, I was sure to see maids in Santa outfits. Maids in Santa outfits, passing out flyers in Akihabara, huh? Akihabara could be really weird. I'm really terrified of this Amadeus app. I don't know if I want this. I can't wait to figure out how this freaking app's gonna change reality. Oh boy, I can't wait to watch Mayuri die 20 million more times again!
Or what? Or maybe it's going to change. Maybe someone else is going to get to die 100 million times again. Maybe it's going to be Ferris. Maybe it's going to be a Lukaku. Maybe it'll be Daru. Maybe it'll be Suzuha. Maybe it'll be a Maho. Maybe it'll just be everyone all at once. Yeah. I need Chibi. I need Lifeline Chibi. Okay. Look at this smug Chibi. I like him. Akibar could be really weird.
Oh, it's Ferris and Luca.
And you hear it. Yes. Oh, look at him.
Kyoma.
And you still use that name. Look at Lukaku.
Okabe. Mayuri.
Ferris and Luca must have been waiting. They ran over as soon as they saw us. Look how fluffy.
I missed you, Nya.
Ferris Nyan jumped at me with without the slightest hesitation. She was a maid, and Ferris wasn't her real name. I knew her real name, but if I didn't call her Ferris at all times, even when she wasn't working, she'd get mad at me. She was wearing the same outfit she always wore, her work clothes from her job at the maid cafe May Queen Nyan Squared. They removed the plus! It's not May Queen plus Nyan Squared. It's just May Queen Nyan Squared now. Was May Queen going to switch to Santa outfit soon? Stop it! Everybody's looking at us! I tried to pull Ferris off me, but it wasn't working. We don't even have a relationship on this timeline. That's the negative timeline. Maybe I should just steal the cat ears off her head.
Who cares, Nya? All that matters right now is Ferris and Kyoma.
I care! And stop calling me Kyoma!
Meow? Why?
I have consigned that name to my dark past. Net slang, an embarrassing part of your history that you would rather not talk about and that you wish was forgotten. Its origin can be found in certain famous giant robot anime.
Meow.
Ferris looked upset, but I decided to ignore her. Kyoma Hewing was a part of a past I'd sealed away. I decided to pretend he never existed. Disappointing. How dare. Hewing Kyoma will come back with a vengeance, I swear! He had meddled with the forbidden invention called the Time Machine, and as a result, the systems that ruled the world had punished him. He dashed the hopes of many, lost the life of someone he cared for, and his heart had suffered grievous wounds. He must never be awakened again. I can't wait to see Hewing Kyoma just be brought back and for Okabe to go truly insane again, because I get the feeling there's no way that's not going to happen in at least one of the endings, if not the true. I didn't need him anymore.
Why should I call you, Nya?
Well, Okabe or something.
I think Akuin's a cute name, don't you, Ferris?
By the way, Ferris is what Mayuri calls Ferris. It's literally the exact same thing, I'm almost certain. Faris or Ferris? Is the difference supposed to be Ferris and Faris? I mean, I would still say both of them as Ferris, I feel. She claimed that it was easier to pronounce or something like that.
Well, if you say so, Mayushi. Doesn't sound right, though.
She looked unsatisfied, but she backed away. Lukaku! Lukaku, it's been a while. Oh, I'm gonna feel most bad for Lukaku, though, because Lukaku... Name Athena. Is her name Athera? Is her name Athena? Oh, if you're talking about, if you're talking about the real name of Ferris, real name of Ferris, it was Rumio, I believe. Rumio. I think. I'm pretty sure it was Rumio. Like Akiha or Akiba Rumio. Something like that. At the very least, I know that Rumio is right. Almost positive. As I was saying though, I'm gonna feel most bad for Lukaku because Lukaku loved Hugh and Kyoma, or like, what about Samidare? What happened to the sword? Lukaku, it's been a while.
Yes.
Lukaku smiled happily. He always looks as beautiful as a pretty girl. But we're still doing this. But he's a guy. He was a classmate of Mayuri's and could often be seen helping at the Yanabayashi Shrine where his family lived. We're still doing that, but he's a guy. Yanabayashi Shrine, a shrine in Akihabara. Cross Monsebashi Bridge and then go down the side street, then go under the bridge there, and you'll see it along the river. Home to many stray cats as well as Luka Urushibara. I probably shouldn't call him Lukaku. Just like I told Ferris not to call me Ikyoma. He had his own name, Luka Urushibara. But calling Lukaku Luka after all this time, that would be really embarrassing.
It feels like a very long time. I sometimes go to the lab, but you haven't been there much, have you?
No, I haven't. I've been busy with school. I had to get ready for ATF too. Even after that was done, I'd been busy with Maho and Dr. Leskinen, and then Amadeus. I hadn't had a chance to rest. I'm still terrified by the fact that we have a Amadeus app. I don't want this. I already know what's gonna happen. I can already sense it. This is gonna be our new way of probably changing reality. I can already feel that that's gonna be the case. And I'm more scared because it's gonna be relegated to an AI of Kurisu, I feel. But I don't know. I don't get good feelings in regards to this. I get only ill feelings. After everything that happened in the first game, I only feel ill when dealing with time travel or anything that changes reality. That is a forbidden power that should never, ever be touched. And I want to delete this phone. It's good. At this rate, it's just going to be like Persona 5. I try and delete the app, it just keeps coming back. Ugh. Is this the first time that 3 people have appeared at once? On screen like this? I don't think they ever did this in the first game. I don't know why that suddenly confused me, but that's why I was silent for a second. I was trying to think, like, did 3 characters ever appear on screen? Wait, no, wait. They did. Wait. Yeah? Surely. I don't know why that suddenly confused me. Whatever. That was stupid. I avoid mentioning that to them. Oh, and I'm in a club now.
You joined a club? What kind of club, nya? UFOs? Umas?
Uma, unidentified mysterious animal, a creature whose existence has not been confirmed by science. Examples include the Loch Ness Monster, the Yeti, or the Japanese Kappa or Tsuchinoko. The word Uma itself was invented by the Japanese, and no one outside of Japan will recognize it. I didn't even check UFO. UFO, unidentified flying object, usually used to refer to spacecraft piloted by aliens. This term actually describes any kind of flying object whose nature is unknown. Who do you guys think I am? Kyoma. No. I guess I hadn't told him then. Mayuri. I'm pretty sure I told her. As the two of them looked at me with wide eyes, I cracked a knowing smile and puffed out my chest. The tennis club. Bruh. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Tennis club. The people around us all turned to stare at Ferris and Luca.
What is tennis club, nya? Okabe, have you ever played tennis?
Nope. Of course not. I may not look it, but I'm terrible at sports. I'm confident I'd lose to Mayuri at distance running. I still remember that Mayuri was somehow like speed walking the entire first game, it felt like.
Then why now?
Well, it's a long story, but the associate professor who's my teacher at school is the tennis club's advisor, and they asked me to join.
That's not long at all, nya.
Well, I'm not done yet. The teachers don't allow for me, so I decided to stop by.
And?
And it turns out I have talent for tennis. Despite the fact that I'm a beginner, I beat every single one of them. Well, amazing, huh? They both seem so bored with me now.
Where's Hugh and Kyoma? Really are amazing.
Okay, maybe Luca's not, but Ferris seems a lot more bored now that we're not hewing Kyoma. If I'd known, I would have been a pro tennis player.
You could win in... You could win...
Wimbledon?
Wimbledon. Is the word you just said real, old Mayuri?
What's wrong, Ferris? Do you have a headache?
I'm not even sure where to begin. That's the most obvious ploy to get new members that I've ever heard, yeah.
Don't say that. I kind of noticed, but I'm trying to avoid thinking about it. But they're all really good people.
So you've been practicing with your club then?
Oh no, I barely go.
Huh? Then just what are you doing?
Matchmaking parties and stuff. Who is this fake? Their shouts filled the whole streets, and once again people turn around and stare. It's not that surprising, is it? I'm a normal college student.
Bullshit, yeah. That's true. I'm sorry. But...
Luca was fidgeting like he wanted to say something.
How can you go after other women when you got your pupil Ferris? It's unforgivable, yeah.
Don't get the wrong idea, okay? I'm not really interested in girls. In fact, I went along with the rest of the club, but there really wasn't any place for a wannabe normal like myself. People who live satisfying and fulfilled normal lives. Examples are people with lots of friends, or people with girlfriends, or people who spend a lot of time at their school clubs, or who go to parties, or who aren't interested in anime, or who go outside during Japan during summer break. Or literally anybody at this point. At this point, you're just trying to describe literally humans. With how broad of a definition you got going there, you might as well just say it's everybody is normal. There's no way I could keep up with the conversations that the, well, normal normies had. While the other men and women were having fun, I just kind of sit there. The matchmaking party was a challenge far beyond my capabilities. I wasn't going to tell Ferris and Luca that, though.
Oh, it's so nice. I usually love to go to a matchmaking party with Ocarina, too.
What? Mary wanted to do what? Is she old enough to be interested in that sort of thing?
Because that's when everyone gets together and has a fun party, right?
Yeah. Evidently not. Yeah, Myri, sure.
No, it's not wrong, but the nuance is a little different, yeah. We can let the lab, of course. Or Luca and Ferris will come. Oh, and Daru and Nai and Suzu. Oh.
Myri turned to me with a guilty look. What was just said? What was just said? Suzu, huh? Oh, Suzu. Suzuha. I was wondering, I noticed she's in here. Like, I can call her. So evidently Suzuha's still, like, in this time. I guess, to be fair, she did kind of mention something along those lines where she's like... I mean, I guess it's kind of obvious. Again, she couldn't exactly go back all the way to the future. She wouldn't have the amount of fuel needed. But that she'd have, like, 344 days or whatever worth of fuel. Something like that. So I guess it makes sense, but what is Suzuha doing in this timeline, then? If she's just staying around, then what's she doing? Suzuha Amane, also known as John Tider, a time traveler from the year 2036. A true warrior who was still fighting even as I was trying my best to give up. I'd barely seen her since summer. I was avoiding her. Part of the reason I'd stopped going to the lab was that she'd spent all her time there now. Until a month or so ago, just hearing Suzuha's name was enough to cause flashbacks. It was all I could do to endure them. So that's why he stopped going to the lab. Symptom of post-traumatic stress disorder.
Patients who've undergone extreme trauma can suddenly, without warning, find themselves reliving the memories of those experiences. Flashbacks can cause symptoms like palpitations and shaking hands and feet. So that's why Okabe stops going to the lab, because Suzuha's there all the time now. After 3 months, I could finally stand to hear her name. But I didn't think I could keep it together if I met her in person. Of course, it wasn't her fault, and I wasn't blaming her. So I didn't want her to blame me. She'd never come out and said it, but when she looked at me with that razor-sharp glint in her eyes, I felt something like guilt.
Everyone?
Huh?
Mayushi's been planning an operation with Daru. An operation?
Sound like something the old me would have done.
Yeah? What kind of operation, yeah? Operation Make Suzu Smile.
Aw. Huh? Why was Mayuri talking about this out of the blue? No, maybe it wasn't out of the blue. She might have been thinking about it for a long time. So I decided to respond as cheerfully as I could.
聞かせてくれよ。
Tell me about it, Mayuri.
Oh. Okay. So Mayushi's thinks that Suzu's normally kind of scary, but she's actually a really nice person. Sometimes when I'm in the lab, I'll start to fall asleep on the sofa, and when I wake up, there'll be a blanket over me. When I asked Suzu about it, she said she has no idea, but... Oh, I had a similar experience. My dad once asked me to go shopping for him, and I was having trouble on the way back, because I had to carry so much. And then Amane came by, and without saying anything, she took some of the bags from me and carried them.
Huh. I had no idea.
She said that it wasn't a big deal, so I shouldn't tell anybody. Oh, I guess I just did.
そっか。
I see. Oh god. Oh, why are you showing me this specific photo? Oh no, don't show me this specific photo. This photo sucks. Why does it suck? Because this is from the Suzuha ending. The one where Okabe becomes soulless slowly over time from repeating the same 2 days over and over and over again. I don't want to be reminded of that. Agony. Ugh. Okay. In the Alpha World line, she was a cheerful girl who smiled at everyone, who loved to go mountain biking. She got a completely different outfit. In this world line, she wasn't the type who smiled a lot. This is partially due to the way she'd grown up. Yeah, she grew up in World War III. I heard about it third hand from Daru, but because of the universal conscription program that started after World War III broke out, she'd been forced to undergo military training ever since she was in middle school. And after that, she joined up with the anti-government forces and got caught up in a terrible struggle. After that, he said, she never really smiled.
So I want Suzu to really smile.
なるほどな。
I see.
So what's your plan, yeah? A Christmas party.
Christmas party?
Oh gosh, everyone's talking. In cases of everyone just talking all at once, I might just stay quiet and let them all speak because, well, there's only one of me? Unless you want me to do something like Ruth. We all spoke in unison.
It's almost Christmas, right? And Suzu said she's never been to a Christmas party. Mayushi wants to give her one as a present.
Ferris and Luca nodded at almost the exact same time.
I'm in, yeah. Me too. Oh. Thanks. Okarin, will you come too?
Oh, I feel like I want to save. Well,
You don't want to?
俺はともかく。
it's not that, it's just
I don't think Suzuha would really want me there, do you? I was never going back to the past. I still couldn't forget the look on Suzuha's face when I told her that. It was an expression filled with anger and despair. She must have felt like her last, most desperate hope was crumbling away right in front of her eyes. The words she said to me when they were still sharp thorns lodged in my heart. Suzuha doesn't like me, you know.
Maybe she doesn't think so. I think she probably regrets the fact that she got mad at you. I think she just can't say it.
Really?
Yeah, I'm sure of it.
I couldn't turn her down after Mayuri said that. Alright. Fine. I'll think about it.
Okay. By the way, Okabe,
There was a bit of hesitation in Luca's voice.
how did the doctor's appointment go?
Evidently, Luca had heard about my counseling from Mayuri. Maybe he'd wanted to see me because he was worried about how it went. I guess I'm making Lukaku and Ferris worry too. In this world line, they hadn't joined the lab, but even so, they were still dear friends. This term refers to the official members of the Future Gadget Laboratory, and anyone who's been given this designation has free access to the lab. Lab members are given numbers in the order that they joined. I'd never tried hypnotherapy before. It was interesting. I never thought it would work on me, so that was a big surprise.
It worked?
Perfectly.
Huh. I bet Luke and Yam wouldn't last a second. Aw, come on.
Yeah, I'm sure. Luca would believe anything you told him. Anyway, there was no point in standing around forever. I was getting hungry, and it was time to find some place to eat. Hey, guys, what do you want to eat? My treat. We decided to head towards Yodobashi. There were a lot of restaurants there, so it was perfect.
Way to go, Kyama. I mean, Ocarine. You're the best, man. Thank you. What should I eat? Maybe fried chicken? Juicy fried chicken? That's all my Yushi ever eats, man.
I walked behind 3 of them. I am still terrified. I need it. Okay. Okay. Alright. And I thought to myself, what would it be like if Karisu were here? I tried my hardest for the past few months not to think about her, but was it because of my experience yesterday that I did anyway? That damn app. The expressions and little mannerisms I'd seen yesterday. The voice and the way she talked. I remembered. I remembered my conversation with her. Oh god.
Hello, Rintaro, Okabe. I'm Karisu Makise.
This hurts. Stop showing me this. It hurts. It hurts.
Nice to meet you.
It hurts. I couldn't respond at all. Something felt slightly off about the way Karisu moved on the screen. But it was really slight. I'd get used to it soon. More importantly, the voice and the way she spoke were exactly like the real Karisu. I almost cried. And it was all I could do to stop her from breaking down.
Maho, it's not the middle of the night, is it?
Camera on the PC switched from me to Maho.
No, it isn't. Why? I was wondering if the two of you were sleepy.
Was she talking about the fact that I didn't respond to her introduction?
I was asleep until just a bit ago, but now I'm 100% awake. I see you're as lazy as ever, huh? Don't be rude. Anyway, can I ask a question? Sure, what's up? What's your relationship to Rintaro Okabe here? He's a student who participated in the last ATS seminar. He seemed really interested in the research, so I brought him here.
Mao decided not to tell Amadeus that I was a friend of Karisu's before she died. Why, I wonder? I wonder if it's because it might cause complications with the AI. I mean, by the sounds of it, from the way that Maho and Alexis made it sound, it almost sounds like the existence of the Amadeus system was almost a freak accident. They just put together something and it somehow just started working perfectly almost, and yet they don't know exactly how it works, so now they're just terrified, like, if we do something big, are we going to destroy our super advanced, super powerful system? So I wonder if that's why, because it's like, what if we suddenly give her information that says, like, hey, you were best friends and, like, lover with this guy or whatever? Like, how would the AI suddenly respond to that kind of information? Would it choose to believe? And if it chose to believe, would it become too much for it to handle? Or would it just bounce off? Would it just ignore it? Would it just ignore it as a potential, like, fantasy? Okay. Did she not want Amadeus to find out? Or was I supposed to tell her myself?
Huh. He must be pretty impressive if you're saying that.
But Karisu on the screen turned to me and smiled. Calm down.
So, Okabe, what's your major? Brain science, I assume?
It's...
それは
The words got stuck in my throat. I said, calm down. You know this is just a program. Her words, her appearance, even the conversation she's having with you right now. They're all artificial. But even though I knew that, I still couldn't speak. I had no idea what to say. And more than that, the words, nice to meet you, it hit me harder than I thought they ever would. This wasn't the Karisu I'd spent those 3 weeks with. Maho told me this ahead of time, and I thought I had understood it. But hearing it for myself hurt more than I imagined. I regretted not taking my anxiety meds, but it was too late now. My heart rate soared and my breathing became irregular. My head was spinning and the corners of my vision were beginning to dim. At some point, my lips had gone totally dry.
Is something wrong, Okabe?
Karisu sounded worried. That voice software must be pretty good if it could handle nuances like that.
His major isn't brain science. His major isn't brain science. But he's very interested in our research. Is he? Dr. Leskinen likes him too. At some point, I plan to make him my assistant.
Wait, excuse you? When did this become a thing? Huh? What? My head snapped up in surprise at Maho's bizarre statement. I was about to say, wait, when did I agree to this? Hang on. Me? Maho's assistant? Then I go to Victor Andrea University. I mean, I guess that expedites my plan.
Oh, you don't like the idea?
No, I absolutely love the idea. It's just, this expedites my plans a lot. May I ask why? It's not whether I like it or not.
Well, it was a joke anyway.
Damn you. A joke?
Did you take it seriously?
I did not. I wasn't going to tell her that I almost did.
I see. But if you study really hard, it might not be a joke after all.
Even if it wasn't, I'd rather be Dr. Leskinen's assistant. This is my way of getting back at her.
It's hard to be his assistant and you might think he's really a big kid.
I have kind of noticed that. Leskinen seems kind of silly. He does kind of just seem like a big kid, and Maho is just the one who's kind of pulling the reins. As she spoke, she quietly came over next to me and tapped me on the arm a few times. I see. So that was it. She was making a joke to try and calm me down. Sorry. Thanks.
What are you talking about?
I didn't think subtlety was her thing. Maybe I was wrong?
Maho?
Excuse me. Karisu beckoned to Maho from within the screen in a very human manner.
What is it?
Come a little closer, towards the speaker. What I'm worried is...
So, there shouldn't be any chance of this happening. And yet, stranger things have happened as a result of our whole time leaping and traveling and reading Steiner thing. But I'm worried there's a chance that... What if the AI, Kurisu here, the Amadeus Kurisu, somehow managed to have a form of reading Steiner and somehow remembered memories of the real Kurisu? There shouldn't be any way of that happening. But, again, stranger things have happened as a result of all this time travel shenanigans. And again, what would happen if something like that were to happen? What if the AI somehow had the reading Steiner of the real Kurisus and somehow just suddenly gained those memories? Again, all things considered, it shouldn't be possible. That being said, there were a lot of things that I also said would be impossible in the first game, such as everyone turning into jelly. So, there's that. Maho moved her ear closer to the speaker. I was just thinking about how weird it was when... Huh? Maho suddenly turned bright red and shot at the screen.
Of course not. What are you talking about?
You don't need to be so embarrassed.
I'm not embarrassed. Stop being weird.
You're sure?
I'm sure.
What are you talking about? It was obvious that the Kurisu had whispered something to Maho. What did she say? Maho glanced at me. Yeah, you really are gonna be the Kurisu of this game. I can already feel it. Even you're gonna be the Kurisu of this game, despite the fact that Kurisu's right there. Yep. Hey, Okabe, what kind of magnet do you got for people like this? What is happening? And for some reason, she blushed and turned away. Ah, I see. From the way Ma was acting and what I knew about Kurisu, there was only one possibility. Yep. Okabe, how does this keep happening? Goddamn mainstream women. Gosh dang it. A pejorative term used to refer to girls who are easily influenced by trends or who think in ways that men find impossible to understand. However, it is said that the only people who have used it often are boys who have very little experience with women. I whispered a name I often tease Kurisu with and suddenly felt a lot better. She must have said something stupid like, "You two make a good couple," or "You finally found a man, huh?" The way she looked at a boy and a girl holding a friendly conversation and immediately assumed they were dating was just like the Kurisu I know. Sheesh. What a system. It didn't need to be that true to her personality, did it? I chuckled. Do you think this Kurisu also browses the channel when Maho and the professor aren't looking too? A huge anonymous message board that's the largest of its kind in Japan. Its catchphrase is everything from hacking to tonight's dinner, and its boards discuss everything from underground topics to normal news. Nah, knowing her, she's probably commenting. I remember Kurisu once browsed that channel on the Future Gadget Laboratory's computer when she knew nobody else was around.
Hey, not before you come in.
Christina, what are you doing when you should be working?
Hey, stay back.
Bruh.
Hey, what's with that, oh, this terrible raffle kind of laugh?
What is this goofy-ass music? That thing short for rolling on the floor laughing. Other variants include lol, laughing out loud, raffle a mouth, rolling on the floor, laughing my ass off, and rafflecopter, like raffle but with a helicopter. Gretna Christina, or should I say, at Chandler Kurisu.
Don't call me that.
I knew it already. Indeed, I'd known it for a long time. You reek of at Chandler.
How rude. My perfume isn't that strong.
That's not what I'm talking about at all. I'm talking about your soul's power level. But it's cute how you try to hide it at Chandler Kurisu.
Do not call me that.
Your soul's power level, huh?
My silly remarks seem to have a much deeper meaning now. Was the girl in front of me one day going to, as Dr. Leskinen said, become a real artificial soul? When that happens, what are we supposed to call a soul that still existed in this world after the body was gone? Not dead or alive, but something in between. This wasn't science anymore. It was philosophy. Or maybe religion. Yeah.
Enough messing around. Akabi didn't come here to waste his time with this stuff. The way you're trying to change the subject makes me even more suspicious. I'm going to infect you with a virus. I was kidding. I won't bring it up again.
Kurisu quickly bowed her head. I bet back when Kurisu was still alive, she had conversations like this with Maho every day. I'm sure Dr. Leskinen had a lot of fun watching them. It was actually kind of cute.
Sorry about that. Okabe, wanna try talking to her?
Oh.
Oh.
Maho offered me the seat in front of the PC. Kurisu's face was on the monitor right in front of me. When our eyes met, she smiled a little. I didn't know she reacted like this to people when she first met them. But my meeting with Kurisu went about as badly as it could have been. As it possibly could have. I realized that her prickly attitude towards me could have been unusual for her.
Ask me whatever you want. I'll answer anything I can.
So...
Yeah. This wasn't good. I was remembering every moment I'd ever spent with Kurisu. I couldn't think of what to say. And then the words that came out of my mouth were... Is it possible to create a time machine? That was what I once argued with Kurisu on another world line. In the end, I'd lost the argument completely. What?
Huh? Time machine, you said. Where'd this come from?
It's just a test. I wanted to see if she was capable of thought experiments.
Well, Kurisu? Let me see. My conclusion is that's not possible. But we don't know for sure if it's impossible, I guess.
What? That wasn't what she said.
I'll begin with my conclusion. The very idea of a time machine is idiotic.
That's what Kurisu had said in the Alpha World line. I remember that well. I think the very idea of a time machine is idiotic. Remember our old debate and decide to repeat what Kurisu had said then.
It's too early to assume that.
Really? You think so? It's true that scientists all around the world have proposed time travel theories. There are 11 major ones and countless minor ones, but none of them are anything more than hypotheses. And some of them directly contradict one another.
Correct.
For example, there's the cosmic string theory and a wormhole theory, but where time travel is possible as a thought experiment, no one has a clue where you would go to get cosmic strings or exotic matter. In other words, it's not realistic. This is also something that Kurisu had told me in the Alpha World line. But the Kurisu on the screen was unmoved.
That's probably because scientists haven't discovered something important yet.
Then you think it's possible to create a time machine?
We don't know for sure that's impossible. That's what I said, remember?
Yeah, her opinion was slightly different. Was this because I was in the Beta World line? Or perhaps...
No.
Hey, Hyajo. She knows she's made from a copy of the original's memories, right?
Of course.
Then, I can't think of a good example, but... Is it like identical twins? You can't tell them apart at birth, but as they grow, differences start to form, or something like that?
We're still investigating that, but... if the memories they build up are different, I think that, of course, they become something different from the original human. The professor agrees with me.
I see. It was then that I heard the door, or on the other side of the partition slam shut.
Is that the professor? From the last sound of the footsteps, I'd assume so.
I could definitely hear somebody stomping around outside. And after a heavy knock, the door to the booth flung open. Hi!
Rintaro!
Lintaro! Rintaro! Lintalo? The professor opened his arms wide as he came inside. He grabbed my hand and began to wave it around. I hadn't realized he was this friendly. He seemed to think he was giving me a handshake, but I felt like I was being worked over by a pro wrestler.
Hey boy, what's up?
Hi, Leskinen.
Eh?
Huh? I'm fine, thanks. And you?
Fine, thank you. And you?
Okabe, your English is terrible.
No Gosh dang it. Shut up, Christina.
Christina?
Oh no, I was so focused on the professor that I used my old nickname for her. It's nothing. Don't worry about it.
I am worried about it. Why am I Christina?
I told you it's nothing.
You're out freaking out a lot over nothing.
I said shut up, Kurisu. Kurisu and Mahos both seemed lost in thought. Gosh dang it.
You call her Christina, huh?
You too, just drop it. I didn't want any more questions about this. Since the professor was here, I decided to ask more about how Amadeus's memories worked. Professor, is it possible for Amadeus's memories to be externally modified? But the professor wasn't listening to my question. He seemed to be frantically searching his pockets for something. Come to think of it, I didn't see that translator device on his ear. He must have been looking for it, which meant odds were good he didn't even hear my question.
Modifying my memories. It's theoretically possible.
Kurisu herself answered in the professor's place.
For example, it would be possible to make me think that my name was Christina. But memory data isn't like normal data. It's much more complex. I'm aware of no successful attempts to modify it. And even if the attempt succeeded, I would notice it and repair myself. I keep logs in an area that only I can access. In other words, a secret diary. If there was a discrepancy between my current memories and my diary, there's a very high probability I'd become suspicious. What's more, my memories are backed up at regular intervals. Even if they were altered beyond the point where I could self-repair, I would still be able to restore them. I would lose any memories that had formed between then and the last backup, though.
I see. Regardless of the topic of discussion, it felt strange. What Ma had said before she loaded Kurisu was true. I was starting to feel like I was chatting with the real Kurisu. The way she wouldn't let you get a word in edgewise once she started talking about science was exactly like the real Kurisu. It's interesting, though. I turned towards Kurisu and spoke. You're able to consider yourself objectively as a machine. From what I see in books and comics, I'd expect you to say, I'm not a machine, I'm human.
That's pure nonsense. Even humans speak of themselves as a combination of hardware and software, right? They just call it biology and psychology. What's the difference?
I see.
She's better with comebacks than anyone I know, isn't she?
When she heard this, Kurisu turns toward Maho, her CGI is big and round, though it was really just the camera sensor moving.
You know, Maho, this may not be any of my business, but you should watch what you say. You finally got your chance. What if he stops liking you?
Damn! What the hell? Kurisu!
Come on, don't bring that up again. But if it's what I find most interesting right now. But it's what I find I'm most meaningless right now. What if this is the last chance he'll ever get?
Don't say that.
You're the one who needs to learn watch what you say.
Leskinen is just... Meanwhile, Leskinen has just gotten some popcorn and is just watching this whole clown show. Dr. Leskinen was clapping his hands together and laughing. I had to chuckle a little, too. Afterward, the three of us, including the professor, talked to Kurisu, discussing technical subjects and making small talk. The next thing I knew, it had been almost an hour. I actually felt a little sad when Mao told me that it was time to stop. In just a single hour, that strangeness I felt about Amadeus had disappeared.
And I felt like I was really talking to Kurisu. Dr. Leskinen stopped me before I left. So, interested in being a tester? Interested in being a tester? I tilted my head when I heard the professor speak through the translator. Amadeus doesn't have a lot of conversation samples. I've got all the kids in my lab helping as much as they can, but it's not enough.
Amadeus is still in the research stage, and we can't just let anyone talk to it.
So I want you, Lintalo, to help us since you are a friend. I remembered they mentioned something about being a tester at the party, so this is what they were talking about. So that's why we have the Amadeus app. So basically, we have a pocket Kurisu? Is that what I'm hearing?
Professor and I will be staying in Japan for a while. We'd like you to be a tester while we're here. Your job will just be talking to Kurisu. There's no real quota. Just talk to her whenever you feel like it. Twice a month, I want you to report on your testing to me and the professor.
Oh, and sorry, but we can't pay you. I want you to keep that in mind when you decide. I'm aware that it's cruel to ask you to talk to an AI that's perfectly identical to your dead friend. If you're not interested, feel free to turn us down. I remember what it felt like to talk to Kurisu. And the monitor was just about to turn off. This is what Kurisu had said. Let's talk again sometime. Mintaro Okabe. That's what I'd hoped for when I came here, wasn't it? I'll do it. Please, let me do it. I thought I was ready when I accepted the job. Good old chibi restoration of sanity. Okay. Feel like I should probably save the game because it's been a while. But I never expected this. Uh-oh. Oh, God. Hi, Amadeus Kurisu.
Hi.
Hello. What's up? I genuinely just have a pocket Kurisu. Okay. That's interesting, I guess.
It's Makise.
I can see that. Kurisu was displayed on the screen. Yes, it was Amadeus. So they just installed it to my phone. Great. The app the professor had given me allowed me to access the servers at Victor Condria University from anywhere, 24 hours a day. Short for application software, any software that can be used by downloading it to your OS.
Of course, you'll be able to contact Kurisu. But Kurisu will also sometimes contact you. When that happens, talk to her.
This I hadn't predicted. This hurts. I never thought she would call me. Or that her face would be displayed on the screen. Or should I have introduced myself with, I'm Christina? She looked really mad. I could guess why. I got 8 calls from Kurisu and I had ignored them all.
Maho and Dr. Leskinen explained things, so I thought I'd call myself. I'd call once myself, to make a proper introduction, but I didn't expect you to refuse to pick up 8 times. Why aren't you saying anything?
Talking to a realistic girl on my smartphone with so many people around... It's pretty embarrassing.
Well, if you don't want to talk, that's fine, but... What's with you? I was sure this was my chance to talk more than usual. I feel like an idiot. Yeah. Just know that during the test period, I'm always connected with you. Contact me whenever you feel like it. I'm busy, so I don't know if I'll always be able to answer your calls.
Man, what is this? More than that strangely polite, friendly Kurisu from yesterday. Angry. Stubborn. More curious than anyone. The way she seemed to be constantly challenging you.
Anyway, goodbye.
It's like the real one, isn't it? I realized that this really was Kurisu Makise. That was the girl I spent those 3 weeks with. Lab member number 4, my assistant, Christina, aka Kurisu Makise. Her movements were a little more jerky than I'd see on the computer in Dr. Leskinen's office. But evidently, that was because of the smartphone. This alone was enough to make me feel like my heart was being squeezed dry. I stood still, holding the smartphone tight.
Kyoma, I mean, Ocarine! What's wrong? Yeah.
Oh, I'm coming.
今行く
Can I call someone for emotional support? The only emotional support I can get is a chibi version of me. Okay.
I thought to myself as I ran and to catch up with the others. Maybe Dr. Leskinen was right, and this test would be a very cruel thing for me. But even so, in my mind I was already starting to think about what I would talk about with Kurisu.
Eh?
Hi. Maho Hyaja was remembering. She was remembering the last night she'd spoken to Kurisu Makise in person.
Oh. What?
Seriously, why do I have to do this now of all times?
That night, Kurisu was whispering to herself a lot. Victor Condria University's Brain Science Institute. Maho and Kurisu worked in the same room at that lab. Thus, Maho was forced to hear Kurisu's angry mumblings whether she wanted to or not. A little was fine, but she'd been acting like this all day, and it was keeping Maho from concentrating. She finally snapped and turned away from the paper she was writing.
Hey, Kurisu.
English was the language most commonly used at Victor Condria University. When the other staff and professors were around, she'd always use English, but when it was just her and Kurisu, Maho would often speak in Japanese.
Would you stop it?
What? Stop what? Kurisu stopped messing with her luggage and turned around.
You're so loud that I can't concentrate. I need to turn this paper in by tomorrow. Was I talking to myself? Want me to sue you for violating the local noise ordinance? Sorry.
Kurisu apologized and started to scratch the back of her head. It seems we're this is interesting. We never did this at all in the first game, but we're looking through someone else's perspective this time. We're looking through Maho's perspective. This never happened at all in the first game. It was exclusively Okabe's perspective. I'm pretty sure. But now we're looking through Maho's eyes, I guess. In the past, no less. Maho decided to calm down by standing up and going to the shelf where the research notes were kept. There were several books she needed for her paper, but they were all up on the top shelf. This must be someone's idea of a prank, she'd said as she stared up at the heavy book. She decided to try and reach for it, but no matter how she stood on her toes, she came nowhere close. Her tiny little arms seemed to her like dead branches waving in the wind. She bit her lip. After she'd skipped grades to go to college, and then come to work at this lab, she had more chances than ever before to hate her small stature. Whenever she walked outside after dark, the cops would stop her. Even with her ID, she couldn't get into bars, and buying medicine and alcohol at drugstores was a pain. Most humiliating part was that no matter where she went, everyone thought she was in middle school. No one believed her when he said she was 20. Everything in America was just too big.
Shall I get that for you?
Kurisu noticed the trouble Maho was having and came over. Maho was stubborn and decided to pretend nothing was wrong.
It's fine. I'm not having any problems.
I'm hitting buttons.
Sure you are. I'm not. You're sure? I'm sure.
But there's a book on this shelf I want too, so... Kurisu easily reached up to the highest shelf and grabbed the book Maho wanted.
It must be nice to be tall. No, I'm not really that. Ow. Oh.
Risu covered her mouth when she realized that she'd said something she shouldn't have. Bruh.
Thanks. That was a big help. If you need something in Japan, tell me. I'll send it.
What?
I will. Thank you.
I will. Thank you. Risu handed over the book as she spoke. And then suddenly, her eyes went wide and began to sparkle. Hey, Maho, about what we were just talking about.
What we were just talking about?
Talking to yourself.
Huh? Oh.
It looks like Kurisu had come up with a new idea. This was a regular occurrence for Kurisu, and Maho was used to it. Would that be proof of a self?
For Marius? Marius?
Yes.
Yeah. If she started talking to herself, I'd be pretty surprised.
No matter how advanced an AI was, it wouldn't talk to itself unless you programmed it to do that. And there was no need or even a point to a feature like that. If an AI started talking to itself, that might be a good indication that there was a self to talk to. It is interesting so far seeing how it seems like the whole there's still a lot of time travel mentioning here, but it seems like there's less on the time travel aspect at the moment and more about regarding AI and the sense of self and kind of like, can an AI be human? I mean, if you asked me that question, I'd say sure. If you got advanced enough, surely. I mean, surely if you got things advanced enough, then I think it'd be possible. It would just be like another person, but instead of flesh skin, they'd have metal. That's what I would see it as. Just a matter of finding out how to get to the point of making it possible. But Mao hesitated to agree with her.
You should watch what you say here. Don't forget that there are a lot of people here who think that the soul is something God gives to humanity.
That's right, isn't it? Kreesu's expression dimmed. Kreesu and Maho were both treated as heretics in the lab, especially since they were Japanese and women. And Kreesu was simply too talented. Nobody actually did anything, but a lot of the older scientists were definitely avoiding her. Dr. Leskinen was the chief scientist, and the fact that he liked the two of them was all that let them do their research in peace. If the other scientists heard that what Kreesu had just said, who knows what they'd do. Mao patted Kreesu on the shoulder.
Well, go have a good time in Japan, and refresh yourself. I'm still not happy about that. Why? I think you'll have fun. If I'm doing an exchange, it should be to graduate a school. Why high school? It has to be high school, right? By Japanese standards, you should still be in high school. Just accept that the professor is doing something nice for you.
Mao remembered what Dr. Leskinen had said. Kreesu had a fragile personality. All the bickering in the lab is putting her under a lot of stress, and she's at her limit. It might ruin her as a researcher. That's what the professor had said. He was really worried about her.
And you have to go to Japan in July anyway, right? So it's perfect timing.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of down about that too.
The Akihabara Techno Forum, was that it?
I'm still not used to giving lectures. I don't know what to do.
Now that you're published in Science, expect a lot more of this. You need to practice.
I'd rather not. Kreesu whispered to herself. Mao didn't like being around lots of other people either, so she knew how Kreesu felt. But there were a lot of scientists who wanted to be published in a major journal, then go to give a public lecture. And she'd beaten out many of them to win that honor. People were jealous. She needed to fulfill her responsibilities, even if just to shut them up. Maybe I'm not that much better, though. Mao silently laughed a little and hated herself for doing it. Maybe I'm just as jealous as they are. That feeling, which was a little like fear, was something that she always felt. The girl in front of her was just that different from Maho. Someone she could never reach, no matter how hard she tried. Someone who surpassed everything she'd ever done almost instantly.
Senpai?
Maho? Kurisu was peering into her face, confused. Maho felt flustered.
Are you mean your dad in Japan?
She'd heard that Kurisu's parents weren't divorced, but that they were separated. Her mom was still in America, and her dad was in Japan. After Maho said it, she wondered if that was too personal a question. But Kurisu smiled a little.
Actually, I got an invitation from him. Oh, yeah? He's announcing a new theory this summer. I'm thinking of going to see the announcement.
Don't, please.
A new theory?
Kurisu's smile changed to a small expression of consternation.
I haven't heard the details yet. I know it's got something to do with the theory of relativity.
Don't go! Please! The term theory of relativity refers to the two theories published by Einstein, the special theory, published in 1905, and the general theory in 1916. These are the source of the famous equation E equals mc squared. Special relativity makes clear the following. Matter cannot exceed the speed of light. Right. The closer you get to the speed of light, the slower time gets. If you reach the speed of light, time stops. The closer you get to the speed of light, the more your length decreases. If you reach the speed of light, your length becomes 0. The closer matter gets to the speed of light, the more its mass increases. If it were to reach the speed of light, its mass would become infinite. General relativity adds the following. Time slows down in the presence of a strong gravity field. Space compresses in the presence of a strong gravity field. Mass increases in the presence of a strong gravity field. That's a lot of words that are going in one ear and out the other for me. All I know is energy.
Yeah?
Maho felt like she was hiding something, but didn't question her anymore.
Anyway, take care. I'll be expecting presents. What do you want? Since you're going to Akihabara, why not something rare? You know a lot about Akihabara, right? Huh? Why do you say that? You're always reading the sites during break. What? Did Amadeus tell you that? She wouldn't do that. Sometimes I'm right behind you and you're so busy watching videos that you don't even notice.
Damn.
I can't believe you found out. Damn my carelessness.
Damn. Kurisu actually seemed upset for once. This really surprised Maho.
Maho, please don't tell the others. I don't think it's really something you need to hide, but...
The idea of sharing a secret with Kurisu made Maho happy.
Got it. I won't tell anyone. Thank you so much.
Kurisu seemed genuinely relieved. Maho continued.
Hey, once you get back from Japan, let's find out if Amadeus can talk to herself. Okay.
Kurisu had a very happy look on her face. It was the face of a born scientist, who loved to explore the unknown more than anything in the world. Her smile was as innocent as that of a child who'd just been given a new toy. It was very beautiful. And it was one of the reasons that Maho liked the younger researcher quite a bit. But the promise the two of them made would never be fulfilled. In fact, they would never even meet again. Damn. It felt like she was thinking about Kurisu more and more since she'd come to Japan. Maho didn't know if it was because she was in Japan or because she was talking with the Amadeus Kurisu more often. Or maybe it was because she met the young man named Rintaro Okabe.
He knows things about Kurisu that I don't, huh?
We're still looking through Maho's eyes. Thinking back, the first day they'd met, she'd broken down and cried right in front of him. It was something she didn't really want to remember. She chased the memories away out of embarrassment.
You were thinking of Okabe, weren't you? You were thinking of Okabe, weren't you?
She snapped her head towards the PC monitor. Maho was in the middle of a conversation with the Kurisu.
Yeah, that's right.
She shrugged her shoulders and tried to ignore Kurisu's mischievous smile. Mole sassy AI.
Don't you think it's strange that Dr. Leskinen's gotten such a high opinion of him? He handed over your access rights to a guy he'd only met twice. Is it really wise to trust him so much? He looks like a nice person. Yeah? I can't really tell if he's got any ambitions or not. I feel like I don't really understand him. Do you like him? Will you cut it out?
Mao brought her face close to the monitor and glared, but Kurisu seemed unconcerned.
There's no real need to hide it, is there? I can understand why you don't want to say anything, why you didn't want to say anything yesterday when he was right in front of you, but now it's just the two of us.
Kurisu may not have looked like someone who would, but she really enjoyed this sort of gossip. Maybe girl talk was the right word. Mao sighed and sat back in her chair. The creaking sound echoed throughout the empty office.
I really don't feel that way about him. I still don't even know who he is. I see. Well, that makes sense.
Kurisu let the matter drop. This bothered Maho a little.
But what does interest me... What is it? No, it's nothing.
Maho had been spending a lot of time thinking about something since yesterday, to the point where she'd even put off her research. What kind of relationship was there between Kurisu and Okabe? What was Kurisu feeling in the days before she died? She would have liked to ask Okabe if she could. Maho, did my original and Okabe know each other? Maho shivered. It was as if Kurisu had been reading her mind.
How could you tell? I came to the conclusion after listening to Okabe and hearing your response. It's all just circumstantial evidence, but do you want me to show my proof anyway? It's fine. Knowing you, the conclusion is perfect.
The way they used words like proof in normal conversation showed that both Maho and Kurisu were scientists at heart.
If he has memories of me that I don't possess, it's likely to cause problems with our conversations. I'll leave it up to you with how to deal with it. He may bring it up, possibly, and if you want, you can ask him. Ask him.
Maho still didn't know if Okabe would even access Amadeus at all. They weren't forcing him to.
Feigning ignorance is the same as lying, isn't it? I should be able to get some good data, I think.
Yes, it was interesting. That was her opinion as a researcher working on Amadeus. How would Rintaro Okabe feel about it? Wouldn't this be rubbing salt in the wounds in his heart? Mao realized she was getting much too sentimental.
Maybe it's because I'm in Japan.
It's been a week since she'd arrived. First thing she planned to do was offer flowers. But she still couldn't bring herself to visit the Akihabara radio building, the place where Kurisu had died. An 8-story commercial building in front of Akihabara Station. It contains lots of computer and hobby shops. On the 7th floor, there's a plate reading the birthplace of personal computing. Who is you? The sun was setting earlier, now that December had arrived. Who? Hatsumi Nakase was surprised by how quickly it had gone dark while she was out rummaging through the cosplay shops. Katsumi? Short for costume play, the act of dressing up in Japan, cosplay, blah blah blah, I know what a cosplayer is. I'm more concerned about who are we playing as now? Who is this strange lady all of a sudden? The wheeled suitcase on the ground next to her felt heavy. She'd done her best to jam everything she bought today inside, and it was bursting at the seams. Still, spending the whole day shopping with her cosplay friends was a whole lot of fun. Is she one of the friends of Mayuri's? It might be. She felt tired, but it was a good tired. Her footsteps were light as she walked back to the station.
Hey! Kabuki, you look like you're about to start skimming around, don't you? Oh, you can tell. It was so much fun doing all that shopping today. I'm so satisfied with what we got. I usually had a lot of fun shopping too. Thanks to Fabuki Thanks for coming. I'll do anything for you, Mayushi.
Fubuki tried to grab her friend Mayuri Shina for a hug. Mayuri dodged out of the way. Mayuri may have looked like an airhead, but she was actually quite athletic. Fubuki, by the way, was Katsumi Nakase's cosplay name. I recognize the name Fubuki. There we go. I remember they kept mentioning the Fubuki name. I was about to say, who's Katsumi Nakase? But I do remember Fubuki's name being mentioned in the first game as one of Mayuri's friends. So that's who we're viewing the perspective of. I will say it's a bit sudden. We don't even... This is the first time we're seeing him. It's just like, hello, you are now looking through this other character's eyes. Okay. Katsumi was in her second year of high school. She and Mayuri were the same age, but were total opposites. Katsumi was boyish and athletic, and when she cosplayed as a male character, she attracted more female Kamiko than male ones. Those who appear en masse at cosplay and anime events and use expensive SLR cameras to take pictures of scantily clad cosplayers, the so-called low anglers, men who take upskirts pictures of cosplayers in Akihabara and at Kamima, are not considered true Kamiko. A true Kamiko must be a gentleman at all times. Oh, so many... Oh, wait, you! I recognize you! You're the person in the photo of... You have an icon in Okabe's phone. You're important. Middle person, I don't know about you either, though.
Well, we don't have to worry about Winter Kamima, do we?
The four friends had gone to cosplay shops along Yugawa, Mains Road, and Tokyo Hands in Ikebukuro, then moved to Akihabara and visited several more. So we have another friend of, so yeah, we suddenly have all of her friends, I guess, all of Mayuri's friends. Tokyo Hands, a home improvement chain based out of Tokyo, but unlike most such stores, which have large buildings outside the city centers, Tokyo Hands has many department store-style buildings located around major train stations. Tokyo Hands stores also carry a wide variety of products, from professional-grade tools and materials to fishing and variety goods. Mains Road, the nickname of a street near the east exit of Ikebukuro Station, has many doujinshi and anime merchandise stores for the female-oriented anime and is known as the mecca for female otaku. Yugawaya, a large specialty store founded over 60 years ago that sells craft and hobby supplies, fabric, and trinkets. There are over 60 of them, but mostly in eastern Japan, but also all around the country. And Kamima, a comic Giga Market, an otaku festival held every year in August and December at Tokyo Big Sight. That's a lot of stuff. This is all part of their final preparations for Winter Kamima.
Sure, but it's Mayuri doing almost all the work. Don't push yourself too hard, okay, Mayuri?
Kaede sounded a little worried. Her real name was Kaede Kurushima, and she used her real name as her cosplay pseudonym. She was 3 years older than Katsumi, and in college. Kaede was extremely feminine, and her measurements were just like the ones the magazine models claimed to have, but she was very shy. People had tried many times to persuade her to enter the pageant at her college, but she always refused, saying normal events are kind of scary. But even so, cosplaying at Kamima with the rest of them was something she looked forward to.
So, why don't we all help Mayuri and make the outfits together this time?
And who's this? Amayuki proposed. She had very noble, elegant features, but the rest of her was easygoing and laid back. Though Katsumi was a fellow girl, she still thought Amayuki was beautiful. Even her light blue penetrating eyes lacked the arrogance that beautiful women usually possessed. They were filled instead with a friendly light. Her real name was Yuki Amane. Yeah, that's the name that was in the phone. She was a senior at Meiji University, and in the same club as Kaede. She was the oldest of the four. She once tried to give up cosplay and focus on job hunting. After just 6 months, she'd given up on work and gone back to costuming. An unemployed person is seeking employment, often used to refer to college kids looking for their first real career-oriented job. Since then, she'd been spending more time with Katsumi and the others.
You have to help me.
Everyone smiled at her, but Mayuri quickly shook her head.
You guys paid for more than half the cost of the supplies, right? That's enough to make Mayushi very happy. You're making our outfits, so we'd feel bad if we didn't pay. And you know, I've always wanted to make really neat outfits like you do. Yep. Mayushi's outfits are always really high quality. I'm super grateful. You see? We really want to help Mayuri. Okay, let's all make them together.
Kasumi knew that it made Mayuri really happy when someone praised her cosplay outfits.
Oh, but there's actually a favor I wanted to ask you guys. A favor? You see,
Mayuri told him about an event that had quickly become a mainstay of the Japanese holidays year.
we're having a Christmas party, so Mayushi was hoping that Yuki and Kaede and Fubuki could all come. Christmas party, huh? Yeah, can you come? I wanna go, I wanna go.
Katsumi's only plan for Christmas Eve was dinner with her family, so she raised her hand instantly. None of her friends at school wanted to do anything that night. She'd been a little put out by that, since it meant they all had boyfriends.
I can go too.
Kaede also nodded, but Yuki seemed a little hesitant.
I don't know if I should go. Huh? You have plans? Well, of course a girl as pretty as Yuki's gonna have a ton of guys asking her out for a Christmas date. What? That's not true. Really? Then I'll take it for myself.
Bro,
I'd rather go on a Christmas date with you than do anything else in the world, Fubuki.
no.
I thought you only cared about Mayuri. I love Mayushi and I love you too.
Kasumi quickly jumped over to Kaede and gave her a big hug. Kaede was soft and smelled good, and this sort of sexual harassment was nothing new for her. Great. What's going on?
Oh, and Yuki? Can you show Mayushi how to make yummy quiche?
A traditional French dish made by filling a pie crust with cream, cheese, eggs, meat, and vegetables, then cooking it to a flaky golden brown. Yuki was an excellent chef and had been teaching Mayuri a lot lately. Both Katsumi and Kaede would also occasionally participate in what they called Yuki Amane's cooking lessons.
Sure, what kind of quiche? Mayushi thinks spinach and mushroom is good. Ham, tomato, and bacon is good too, you know. Oh, just think about it. It makes me drool. Yeah, I'm not sure. Okay then, I'll teach you how to make both. Really? That's right. Everyone would be happy if there were lots of different ones, right? Is this for the Christmas party? Yep, there's less than a month left, so I want to learn it in time. And we'll have to train extra hard. When do you want to do it? Tomorrow? Yeah, Mayushi's okay with that.
Kasumi went over her schedule in her head.
Tomorrow, huh? I'm supposed to meet a friend. I've got work.
Kasumi really wanted to go, so she was pretty disappointed. She would have loved the chance to eat one of Yuki's good quiches. As she thought about the quiche, her stomach began to rumble. It was about time for dinner. Yuki and Mayuri worked out the time and place for their meetup.
The place I'm staying at is a little far from here, so... How about you the lab? Yeah, that's fine. I'll work hard and learn the recipe. I hope it's a fun party. Yep, Mayushi's gonna make Santa outfits. Will you all wear them? Wow, you're making even more outfits than the ones we need for Kanima? You're really excited about this. Mayushi is raring to go.
Mayuri posed like she was cheering.
If you're making Santa outfits, I'd like one with a cute May skirt, and then some white knee socks and red boots. Huh? That would look good on you, Kai, but do you think it would look good on me?
Kasumi spoke to Mayuri and Yuki without any confidence in her voice.
I know you like the cute outfit. I know you like the cute outfits best.
There was nothing Kasumi could say. She was right. It bothered Katsumi a lot that she looked a lot like a boy. And she knew that sort of clothing didn't look right on her. Still, at heart, she was a young girl and she wanted to wear cute clothes.
Leave it to Mayushi. I'll make clothes that look great on you. That's my bride.
Nope.
You're so silly, Fubuki. Don't talk like Daru does. Getting her that perverted gentleman kinda hurts.
Damn.
By the way, you're gonna wear the same outfit too, right, Mayuri? What? Don't whack me. It's cute. You should cosplay more. But I just make the clothes. I don't wear them. Objection. That's a waste. Aw, not you too, Fubuki. And what's more, I bet Okabe wants to see you in a cute cosplay outfit. Ocarine.
Mary made a weird noise as soon as she heard that name.
Ocarine? Oh, Mayushi's boyfriend, right?
Whoa! 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 Oh, that's weird. Seeing Okabe front facing. Huh? Huh? Front facing Okabe is real. Holy. Huh? He's real. I'm not used to seeing this. Katsumi had met him many times. He was tall, but always looked pale and thin, and whenever he laughed, he seemed kind of sad. From what Mayuri said, until just half a year ago, he'd been a totally different person. Said that he was haughty and arrogant, but also kind and a great leader. Mary was known to let her emotions influence her judgment, so Katsumi didn't know much about that how much of that description was accurate. Front-facing Okabe is real. Mary started to freak out even more after hearing the word boyfriend.
Fubuki, Ocarine and Mayushi aren't like that, okay?
That bruh. Yuki and Kaede weren't buying it either. Honestly, Ocarine and Mayuri seemed more like an old wedded couple than that had been together for years and then boyfriend and girlfriend.
It's true. Ocarine is somebody else he likes.
Mary sounded totally unconcerned, which made Katsumi even more surprised.
Is that true? Really? Yep.
Who could have guessed? It was Yuki, the eldest, who spoke first.
Sorry. Should we not say anything? Nah, Mayushi and Ocarine are childhood friends and get along great, so it's okay. I see.
Mary's smile seemed very sad to Katsumi. She felt the sudden impulse to give her schoolmate a hug.
Anyway.
Goofy music has begun. Mary smiled and walked over to Yuki as if to blow away the awkwardness.
So, how about you, Yuki?
Huh?
Me? Yep, so are you spending Christmas with your boyfriend? I really don't have one. Really? You guys all have the wrong idea. I'm not that popular. Between you and me, I've never even had a boyfriend.
Oh dear. First Mayuri, then Yuki. Katsumi was stunned.
Is that true? I didn't think it would be that much of a surprise. Then Yuki,
Mary started to fidget.
How about Daru, maybe?
Mayuri? Oh my... Oh my... Oh my gosh. Wait. You're kidding. Wait. How far back can I go with this?
How far back? Yuki Amane. Oh my gosh. Yuki Amane is Suzuha's mother. And Daru is Amane's father. Are you kidding me? It fits perfectly. Yuki Amane, Amane Suzuha. Daru, we found your wife. Daru, I found your wife. Is Mayuri the reason? Ain't no way. Bruh.
Ashita? Yep. Wait, where's this coming from, Aishi? She's a preferred gentleman. Who knows what he'll do, Yuki?
This is the first time we've actually seen Daru's new look in here. The man that Katsumi and Kaede were insulting was Itaru Hashida, a college student and a member of Mayuri's club. He was a hardcore otaku, one of the hybrid types who said he enjoyed both 2- and 3-dimensional girls. Power. And like Kasumi had said, he was a bird gentleman. What is this mouth expression? I can see that. He would say perverse things all day without the slightest shame. Whenever you told him he was a pervert, he would say, "No, I'm a perverted gentleman." He was a dangerous guy. Window, Daru. You stop that. But Yuki didn't seem bothered. She actually looked a little sad. I cannot believe this. I see why you're important now, Yuki. And it makes so much sense, especially looking at your hair now. And thinking about Suzuha's hair. I cannot believe this.
Hashi is a nice guy, but you know, I don't think he likes girls like me. What?
Mary was shocked far above and beyond her usual limit. She was so surprised she let go of her suitcase's handle and let it fall to the ground. And instead of picking it up, she started talking frantically.
That's not true. Tarzan, he really likes you. I'm sure of it. Aishi guarantees it. Remember how you acted when we first met at Summer Kamima?
Yuki met Mayuri 4 months ago at Summer Kamima. Kasumi and Kaede had come wearing outfits Mayuri had made. Kaede found Yuki at the convention hall all by herself, and they met up. Aye. Afterward, they'd all gone to a party where she'd met Mayuri's friend, Itaru Hashida. Katsumi had definitely witnessed Yuki and Itaru having a friendly conversation. Ever since then, Yuki and Mayuri and Daru had become friends, and Yuki had started going to Mayuri's club, the Future Gadget Laboratory. In other words, Yuki and Itaru have been talking ever since Summer Kamima. Wow. But still, Yuki chuckled sadly and shook her head.
No, I can tell. He's avoiding me. So I'm thinking it's probably best if I don't go to the Christmas party. Aww. I think Ashida likes girls who are more like... Oh, a little sister. Yeah, little sister who's really strong-willed and who bosses her bigger brother around. Aww. Like maybe Suzuha?
No. No. Also, don't you... Yuki, shouldn't you realize that your name is the same as the... Actually, thinking about it, she probably wouldn't keep her name as Amane, would she? For some reason, Mayuri looked like she was about to cry. She seemed to want to say something, but couldn't bring herself to. Her lips were quivering.
Mayuri? It's nothing.
Wait, you don't think that Suzuha told her, do you? Do you think Suzuha told her? Do you think Suzuha told Mayuri who her mother is? And Mayuri figured it out? Oh no. It certainly didn't look like nothing. Katsumi couldn't bear to watch her anymore.
And so she gave in to her impulses. Hug. Goofy music.
Mayushi, don't make that face. You look cute when you smile. Come on, you don't smile, I'll tickle you.
Yep. Attack. Speed. Kasumi snuck behind Mayuri and started to tickle her under her arms.
Give up? You're so mean.
Yeah. Ah! Mayuri was laughing so hard she was crying, and this time Kasumi succeeded in giving her a hug. Even though they were in public, she started rubbing her cheek against hers.
Stop it! Stop it!
Stop! Yeah, what the? No.
That would be really bad.
No.
I don't care if it's bad.
Stop it! Can't do that! Mayuri tried to run away, but Fubuki grabbed her and started kissing her all over. What the hell?
I'm kind of tired. That's Mayushi's line.
In the end, Katsumi kept clinging to Mayuri until they reached the station. She felt a lot better, but catching Mayuri when she tried to escape used up a lot of energy. Either way, now that she was satisfied... What the hell? What? She shuddered and turned back towards Mayuri as an image came into her mind from out of nowhere. What? I'm sorry, what? What just happened? That was one of her deaths. What?
Hey, Mayushi? Hmm? What is it? Let's cosplay together at Winter Kamima, okay?
Please don't kill her again and again and again and again and again, please. I swear to God, game. If you're gonna do it, at this point, just do it to another character, please. I know that sounds bad, but please, just save me.
I told you before, right? For Winter Kamima, Mayushi's going to make things. That's fine. Just make sure you come to Winter Kamima with the three of us, okay? Of course. That's what we all did. That's what we did all this shopping for, right? Yeah, but still, it's a promise, okay?
Please don't do this again, game. I swear to God, don't kill Mayuri over and over and over again. Just do it with somebody else. Or just don't do it at all. That would also be a great alternative. That would be the best alternative, I think.
Yeah, it's a promise.
Why did she suddenly get that, though? Because that doesn't make sense. Why would she suddenly just have a vision of Mayuri dying? Okabe, yeah, I can understand Okabe having it over and over and over again, but why suddenly Fubuki here? What's going on? Unless it's of another timeline. I mean, everyone has a bit of reading Steiner in them. It's just that Okabe has it strongest, which allows him to just flat out remember everything. But everyone, it's been established that people can have little bits of it, but it mostly comes in the form of like deja vu and dreams and stuff like that. So is it possible that she saw like another timeline just now of like something happening to Mayuri? Huh. Mayuri and Yuki split up with them in front of the station, and since they were taking a different train.
Bye-bye. Goodbye, Mayuri. Yuki. Hi.
I'm scared. Kasumi stood still and watched the two of them until they were out of sight. She felt like she was about to cry, and looked up to stop the tears from falling. What the hell was that?
Fubuki?
Huh? Kaede was standing next to her, looking worried. What's wrong?
I'm sorry. It's nothing. It's not nothing. Is there something going on with Mayuri? Please, tell me.
Even after Kaede asked, Katsumi wasn't sure she should tell her. There's no way she'd believe it anyways.
You're more hyper than usual today. It felt really forced. You noticed. Of course I did.
Katsumi and Kaede had known each other for 2 years. Since their ages were so different, they treated each other like an older and younger sister. So at times like this, Kaede was really sharp. Kaede didn't talk much, but that meant she paid a lot of attention to the people around her. Part of it was also that Katsumi wasn't good at hiding things. She just couldn't lie to Kaede no matter what. She gave up and decided to say it.
Mayushi. Yeah? She's going to die. Huh? What? What do you mean?
Katsumi remembered the nightmares, and the things she kept seeing no matter how much she didn't want to.
Have these dreams. Dreams? They started in summer. I think every night I have dreams about Mayushi dying. Each time you and I are there crying, but there's nothing we can do.
It matches up. It's other timelines. They're remembering other... They're remembering aspects of other timelines.
One I had last night was the worst.
That?
Mayushi just collapses right in front of us. And she stops moving. Ocarina's screaming and holding her. He's screaming so loud. What happened to me? Why do I keep having these dreams?
What's going on here? Why is she remembering these specific ones? Were they just... Did they happen to be around during those timelines to have noticed? Or... Is she, like, explicitly remembering Okabe's? That wouldn't make sense. Why would she be remembering Okabe's? It's gotta be that she had to have just been around during those timelines when when Mayuri was dying.
Calm down, Fubuki. It's probably just because you're tired. Is it? Is it really? You saw Mayuri today. She was fine, right?
Kaede gave Katsumi a gentle shoulder hug.
So it's okay. I don't want Mayushi to die. That's impossible. It won't happen. Ever? Ever. Okay.
Kaede's words made Katsumi calm down a little. She was glad to have an older friend like this. What worries me is the fact that this is happening so long after the events of the first game. This takes place what, like 4 months or something afterwards, right? And yet they're still having these dreams. And those events, they should have only happened during summer. Like, all the deaths of Mayuri would have only happened during the summertime. So why is it that she's still getting those memories, like those deaths, that would only have happened during the summertime?
Anyway, it's just your imagination. There's no way something that awful could happen.
Her hand squeezed Katsumi's shoulder tightly. Being held back like this made Katsumi feel a lot better.
Sorry for being weird.
But that night, she had the nightmares again. Okay, now we're switching to Suzuha. Are we ever going to go back to Okabe? What's going on? We keep switching and swapping. What happened to Okabe? Suzuha Amane was about to run out of patience. The cause was the young man in the room with her, her father. Itaro Hishida, aka Daru. His massively obese body was leaning forward over a computer monitor, and he had a dopey grin on his face. He finally got up around 11 a.m., gulped down 3 cups of instant ramen, and now was just surfing the wet internet. Oh! Oh! What? Hey, Nora's just IP and Parthenon on her husband and wife? Nobody told me about this. Parthenon, a female freelance illustrator, she primarily does illustrations for Nikunia video and Vocalo songs, which is mostly popular with young women. Norris Must Die P, a Vocalo producer, 2 of his videos have exceeded over 1 million views. It was popular for his unique world he builds with his lyrics. As his name suggests, many of his songs criticize normies or criticize himself for not having any friends. His songs are a source of support for viewers in similar dire straits. His songs always feature images by the same illustrator, Parthenon, and her cute illustrations are another source of popularity. Wait, his handle is Normie Must Die, but he's a normal. He's got a wife. That's not fair. I thought he was on the side of Sloanhurst. This means war. It's trolling time. Look, DIL, that adjans, we are already pissed off. The name of a microblogging software app allows for tweets up to 140 characters in length. Tweets can be from other users or as you follow can be viewed in a timeline, allowing for it to be used as a chat program. I missed the boat. Let me go back and look at the timeline again.
Dad.
What? Yes?
That's what Suzuha called her father.
It's who he was, after all. So there was nothing else to call him. Suzuha was a time traveler from the year 2036, and 7 years from now, he would become her father.
Stop screwing around. All you ever do is lie around and eat, or look at the internet, or play video games. I told you that nothing but instant noodles and snacks will make you sick, but that's still all you ever eat.
In fact, his PC desk was covered with snacks. She cleaned it regularly, but it never seemed to make a difference.
And I keep telling you to exercise, but you never do.
Suzuha realized she was complaining more than usual, but she had to say it anyways.
At this rate, in the future...
And then she realized that Itaru wasn't even listening to her. His eyes were fixed on the computer monitor. He moved his mouse out of sight, but she could still hear him clicking on it.
Listen to me!
Suzuha approached her father from behind and put the hairspray can she'd been hiding up to his neck. What do you mean? Itaru seemed to think it was a gun. He stuck his hands up. Threats like this worked. They worked because she told him that she'd survived the Third World War and the wars and chaos of 2036. And that she was ready to draw a gun and pull the trigger whenever she needed to. If you don't stop, Daddy's gonna get mad.
I'm getting mad at you right now.
Right, sorry. But you know about my secret job, right? I'm pretty busy with that. When you're as good as accurate as I am, there's always a ton of offers. I don't have time to eat real food, right? And there's a time difference with overseas clients, so sometimes I'm up all night.
In the future, you used to say that all the time, and Mom would always get mad at you. Even if, for the sake of the argument, we can't do anything about your sleep schedule, I can't let you keep eating all this unhealthy food. You'll stop immediately. Got it?
But work's hard, and so the time machine research. I need to relax.
You just use that as an excuse to slack off. You're being a spoiled brat, Dad.
I'm not even a father yet. You're just saying it. Suzuha was always amazed that her dad managed to survive the future's wars. But since the time machine research would affect the future, and eventually Suzuha's very presence here, she couldn't tell him to stop. Even after Rintaro Kabe stopped coming to the Future Gadget Lab, Itaru kept working on the time machine all by himself. Suzuha never said a word about it. If she did, it might create a time paradox.
Just remember, you can't examine the time machine that came from the future to build your own.
She decided to warn him again. I know that, but sometimes I lose confidence. Can I really make a time machine?
Of course you can. Hang in there.
Okay. Suzuha took the hairspray can off his neck. Hey, I was sure I was a guy and it wasn't. How can you trick your own dad? It's weird seeing Daru more animated. Not bad, it's just strange not seeing him so much more animated.
I'll use a real one next time, okay?
Please don't. Suzuha put the can of hairspray back on the shelf. It was something Rintaro Kabe had left here when he had lived in the lab. It was still here since its owner never came back for it. You know, in manga and video games, it's always really cute when a girl scolds her dad. Suzuha, can you try to say, "Oh, jeez, don't do that, Papa," in a really sweet voice if you can?
How are you, my dad?
Never mind.
How are you, my dad?
I don't know. Her dad shrank from Suzuha's glare. Suzuha sighed loudly and dropped herself on the sofa. She leaned back against the headrest and stared at the ceiling, then closed her eyes. What's wrong?
It's nothing.
You can't hide from me. If you say it's nothing, that means I want you to listen to me, right?
Huh?
Come on, tell me. Daru sounded very serious. Suzuha's eyes went wide for a moment, but then she realized.
That line. That was in the girl game you were playing earlier, wasn't it? That's the phrase that triggers the flag, right?
Damn. Career game lingo, a type of foreshadowing that means a common trope is about to occur. For example, a XXXX flag means that sometime in the future, some XXXX flag will happen. Death flags and love flags are common examples. She'd been living here for 3 months. She was starting to learn a bit about Akihabara's culture, circa 2010.
Dad, you better not be thinking about trying to take my route, okay?
I'm not! I want to do it to my own daughter!
Really? I always wonder about you in the future.
Ugh.
Even after I hit puberty, you always keep asking me to take baths, do you?
Great, Daru, you're just the same... Gosh dang it, Daru. Window! Ugh, that's scary.
I was in the military and you were always working on the time machine, so we couldn't always be together, but you always got huggy around me. It's honestly kind of obnoxious.
Her dad looked honestly depressed, and she realized that she'd gone too far.
You always said to me, you know, this is the worst world line possible, but your birth was the best thing that could have happened. I don't want to disappoint the future you, Dad, so I need you to convince Uncle Ocarine, no matter what.
It's okay. I'll never be disappointed.
Really?
Yeah.
But, Uncle, he just won't listen to me. He's not going to think back to the past like this. He won't rescue Kurisu Makise, and he won't reach Steins Gate.
Steins Gate. That was the name of the mysterious world line her dad had told her about in 2036, where World War III might not occur. Leading Rintaro Kabe to that world line was her mission. But right now, it wasn't going well. Suzuha had come to 2010, and just like the mission had called for, she succeeded in sending Rintaro Kabe to July 28th. But then he'd failed, and he wasn't going to try again. Every time they met, she tried to convince him, but who knew if her words were having any effect?
In the end, this world line will converge into the Third World War, and many people will be killed. I came here to change that, but maybe fate says that I can't.
Suzuha had something else she had to do here in Akihabara in December 2010, besides convincing Rintaro Kabe, and it meant she was running around every day. The exhaustion was starting to take its toll on her. During the war, she'd been able to keep herself sharp at all times, and this level of exhaustion wouldn't have meant anything. The relaxed atmosphere of 2010 was actually making her realize how tired she was. She was feeling very sleepy right now, actually. She was surprised at how willing she was to fall asleep in such an undefended position, but she didn't think she could beat the temptation. And then suddenly, she felt something extremely cold in the back of her neck. She snapped awake in an instant. Her movements after that were lightning quick. She jumped up and slid behind a massive body in front of her, which obviously belonged to Itaru, then grabbed his arm and twisted as she dropped into the floor. She went to draw the gun at her hip, and her hand swiped through the empty air. And then she came back to reality. Her gun was hidden. She wasn't carrying it. This wasn't 2036. No! Oh, jeez! No! 2 cans of Dr. P clattered to the floor. That must have been what he'd put on her neck.
Why are you doing that?
Getting you back!
I was half asleep, so I almost killed you. I told you, that's how I've been trained. I could have turned out really badly for you.
Fine, just let me go. This hurts really bad.
Oh, jeez.
I just wanted to give you a soda. Suzuha let her father go. Oh. Itaru rubbed his arm and stood up, then grabbed the cans of Dr. P off the floor. He offered one to Suzuha. Anyway, you're giving up too soon. Keep at it a little longer. I think Okareen's just tired and sleeping. Put some cold Dr. P up to his neck like I just did and he'll wake up. I mean, it's Okareen we're talking about.
Yeah.
She realized her dad was trying to cheer her up, and nodded. Then she heard footsteps coming up the stairs and some slightly off-key humming. Their eyes met. Just the sound was enough to tell them who it was. Mary? Hi, Suzuha!
Okie dokie.
Okie dokie. Okie dokie. Hi! Suzuha moved fast. Maybe even faster than when she knocked her father to the ground. She quickly and silently jumped behind the curtain that separated the lab's development room from the rest of it. So as she hid beneath the desk, there was a knock at the door.
Hello?
Is that Ferris? Suzuha knew that voice, of course. It was her mom. Oh! What? Oh no. She could tell from the noises that, as he was making, that her dad was panicking. There was another knock.
Mary?
Oh, right, I'm coming! Tara went to open the door. Suzuha took a deep breath and concentrated her mind. She remembered the time she spent 3 days and 3 nights on a battlefield with no food and nothing to drink, constantly aiming her rifle at the target. She erased any trace of her presence that could give her away. Her breathing started to become shallow. Dad, don't screw this up, okay? Amanishi, you're being Mayushi today. Itaru came back into the room with a girl.
Yeah, we were supposed to practice cooking together.
She could hear the plastic bags rustling. She must have brought the ingredients. Mayushi's not here.
I see. Maybe I'm a little early then.
Yuki Amane. Just as the name Amane suggested, she was Suzuha's mother in the future. So these two are... damned aren't... In other words, the two of them in the other room were supposed to get married. Damn. Does Daru know of this? Please tell me he doesn't. Well, if you two are supposed to meet, I'm sure she'll get here eventually, right?
Can I wait here?
Of course. You're going to be cooking, right?
Yeah, I hope you'll do some taste testing for us, Ashida.
I don't know if I want to eat Mayushi's cooking.
Don't worry, my ear's gotten a lot better lately.
Itaru was clearly nervous. As far as Suzuha knew, the only girl he acted that way around was Yuki Amane. Suzuha and Mayuri were practically family, and he got along fine with Big Sis Rumi, Ferris Nyanyan, who works at the maid cafe next door. Wait a minute. So, hang on. So, Suzuha does know, Ferris, but she calls her Big Sis Rumi. That's great. So it wasn't that he didn't know how to act around girls. For some reason, he always acted different when she was she told him that Yuki would be his wife someday. Why would you tell him that?
Isn't that a bad idea? What if you just suddenly fade from existence one day? Wouldn't that mean that they just don't? Well, I mean, I'm sure we would have an instant effect knowing if that happens, if she just like... she just suddenly starts to sing, maybe you shouldn't tell your dad in the past that, like, oh, hey, here's your wife, by the way. What? It was too late to do anything about it now, but maybe that was it was too late to do anything about it now, but maybe that was a mistake, she thought. Yeah, no kidding.
Is your sister not here today?
Yeah.
I see.
Itaru Ishida's sister was none other than Suzuha herself. Around the same time Suzuha had started spending all her time in the lab, Yuki had become friends with Mayuri and Itaru, and began visiting more frequently, which meant that avoiding her was almost impossible. So she was forced to tell Yuki that she was Itaru's little sister. But still, she wanted to keep contact to a minimum in order to keep Yuki from finding out somehow. That was why she was hiding.
Oh, right. What do you think of this outfit? I just bought it.
Spin! Yuki showed no signs of noticing Suzuha. She's twirling around in the center of the room, as if she was at a fashion show. He was a cosplayer and wanted as many people as possible to see her dressed up. Mayuri had told Suzuha that once before. In fact, Yuki and Mayuri spent a lot of time complimenting each other's outfits. Yep, it's great. Really great.
Really?
It's like, whoa, an angel for a win.
Thank you. You should dress up too, Ashida. Just lose a tiny bit of weight and I think you look wonderful. I'm serious, you know.
Oh. Itaru Ishida and Yuki Yamane. As she listened to their awkward conversation, Suzuha remembered the last time she said goodbye to her dad. Oh god, are we gonna see a future version of... Oh no, I don't know if I want to see that. I don't want to see this. I don't want to see this. Oh, I don't know if I want to see what a future...
Dad, the peacekeeping squads have reached Mansebashi.
Do I want to see what the future looks like? One of the bridges on the south side of Akihabara that crosses over the Kanda River. The original Mansebashi, it was built in a different spot. When new Mansebashi bridge was built in its current location, the old bridge became known as Old Mansebashi until it was taken down altogether in 1906. The bridge only came into its current arch shape after several rebuildings, including one after the Great Kanto earthquake. Which means it's only a matter of time until they find this place. I guess the false information I leaked didn't do us any good.
Let's hurry.
Yeah, I'm opening it up. Oh god, this is the time machine area!
Oh, I had no idea there was a door here. Nobody will ever find this, huh?
Come on inside. Oh god, do I want to see what future versions of these characters look like?
What is this place?
The room was almost totally empty, covered up from top to bottom in soundproofing materials. Not only were there no windows, there wasn't even a door to the hallway. The building they were in was once a symbol of old Akihabara, before it was almost entirely destroyed by an air raid during the last days of the Third World War. Who is this girl here? Only a few people knew about the secret room inside it. The biggest reason was its secret. The silhouette of what looked like a satellite sitting in the corner.
Oh, this is the time machine, isn't it? Is this the time machine? Kagari, it's dangerous, so don't get too close.
Kagari? Suzuha spoke to the little girl clutching Mayuri's hand. Most of the children in this era had skin inflammation somewhere on their bodies from all the radioactive rain, but she didn't. Her name was Kagari Shina. Oh! It's Mayuri's child! Her registration form said she was 10 years old, but no one knew if that was true. She was an orphan who'd lost her parents in Tokyo air raids and when she was a baby, and nobody even knew her birthday. Aww. The name Kagari had been given to her by Mayuri, who was working at the child welfare center that had taken her in. She took it from the word Kagaribi, which means bonfire, in hopes that she could be a light even in these dark days. It had been 4 years since Mayuri had adopted her, and her name on the registration form had become Kagari Shina.
It's pretty, Mommy.
そう
Yeah, it is.
Zua motioned for the Shinas to step back and put her right hand on, and right eye up to the time machine sensor. The biometrics check cleared and the hatch slid open. She went inside and fastened herself into the seat. We've never done a man jump of this length before, but the technology's just fine. Let's do it like the test jumps.
オキドキ
Okie dokie.
Zua began to flip switches, working her way through the startup procedure. She practiced it hundreds of times in preparation for this day.
I love that she does the okie dokie that Daru does.
A faint rumble from the machine began to get louder. According to the data, the spot we're in now was the roof of the old radio building. There's a gap of about a meter, so when you land, there's going to be an impact.
了解
Roger.
The time machine could move through time, but not space. To arrive at the radio building more than 60 years in the past, she needed to launch from right here. Even if something happens, stay calm. Remember your training.
大丈夫だよ
I'll be fine.
私
I
は
believe in your
父さんの
machine,
マ
Dad.
シンを信じてるから
Her words must have meant a lot to him, because he struck out his lips towards her. She squished them back against with her hands.
気持ち悪い
That's creepy.
That makes me sad. You know, like you're dying, Suzuha?
父さんがやると
When you do it, it seems like you
な
mean
んか
something
下
else.
心がある
Come on, I won't think of my own daughter that way.
最近
So who
母
was
さん
it?
に似てきたハス
So who
ハ
was
ス
it?
とか
So
言
who
って
was
た
it
の
who
ど
was
この
saying
誰
you're starting to remind me of your mother, Pant Pant?
Her mother wasn't here. She'd become a victim of the war, brutally killed by the peacekeeping squads. Don't take my joke seriously, please.
なんだ
What? It was a
冗
joke?
談だったの
Suzu's voice sounded kind of disappointed. She set the destination for August 13th, 1975. Her first mission was there.
これでよし
That does it. Okay,
それじゃあ父
Dad,
さん
my...
なゆ姉さん
She was about to say her goodbyes. Then... Uh-oh. Post from the roof. They're coming in.
Damn it, they're faster than I thought.
Sue drew her gun from her holster. She was about to get out of the time machine, but her dad stopped her. No, just go.
でも父さんたちが
We'll be fine. Just go, Suzuha.
そんな
No, I can't.
Mayoshi, get Kagari in there.
Huh?
There's room for another person there. Wait, what? There's supposed to be another person? Ari and Suzuha's father picked up the stunned Kagari and stuffed her into the time machine. Wait, what? But there's no second person.
すずちゃん
Take care of Kagari.
わかった
Okay.
What do you mean? If Suzuha's mission succeeded, the world line would be rebuilt, and it was likely that the present Kagari would cease to exist. It might have been pointless to send her. But even so, a mother wants her child to live. That's how Suzuha's mom was, too.
Mommy.
Kagari finally seemed to understand what was going on. She called out to her mom.
I don't want it.
大丈夫だよ
It's okay, Kagari.
かがりちゃん
Suzu is with you, okay?
ママも一緒じゃなきゃダメ過去へ行けば
If you go to the past, you'll see the old me. I'll be a lot younger than I am now. I bet you'll be
ずっ
surprised.
と若くて
Mary handed Kagari a tiny keychain.
びっくりするだろうな
It looks old. It might have been a brightly colored green once, but now it was completely faded. Oh,
ママがずっと大
This
切
is Mommy's
にし
Uba
てきた
keychain. I'm giving it
ウ
to
ー
you.
パのキーホル
Take
ダ
good
ー
care of
だ
it,
よ
okay?
Oopa.
かがりちゃんにあげる
Once it was pressed firmly into Kagari's hand, she stepped back. Myra was smiling, but weeping at the same time.
いや行きたくないま
Oh.
ダメ
No,
かがり
Kagari, be
お
quiet.
となしくして
Kagari felt silent immediately. Even Suzuha had never heard Mayuri use that tone of her voice. That's how harshly she scolded her daughter.
マ
Aww. Kagari was quietly weeping, unmoving. I'm closing the hatch. This time the hatch really did begin to close. The inside of the machine and the outside of it. The two worlds were about to become completely cut off from one another. Whether Suzua's mission was successful or not, she would probably never see any of them again.
Make sure you take care of Kagari. And tell Ocarina the Stein Gate really exists.
Tell him, don't give up no matter what, you moron.
Okie dokie.
And then the door was sealed shut, and Mayuri and Itaru's voices disappeared along with the chaos outside.
父さん
Dad, I love you.
She whispered towards the door, now sealed shut.
行くよ
Let's go, Kagari. It's the past.
かっこいい
There's a problem, though. There's no Kagari. Where is this Kagari person? They don't exist. She booted up the time machine. What happened to them?
橋田さん掃除機はどこ
Hashida, where's the vacuum?
Suzuha snapped back to reality. Yuki was getting closer to the development room she was hiding in. It's right behind that Oh, crap.
この奥
Behind the curtain?
I'll get it. Itaru motioned for her to stop and then quickly slid into the room. As he reached down to pick up the vacuum off the floor, his gaze locked with Suzuha as she hid under the desk.
バレないよう
Make
に
sure
して
she
よ
doesn't find out, Dad.
Okie dokie.
ありましたか
Did you find the vacuum?
掃除機
You find the vacuum?
Oh, yes! Evidently, Yuki was trying to be nice by cleaning up. The place was pretty messy right now. Knowing Yuki's personality, Suzuha could imagine she wanted it clean. Itaru grabbed what looked like a vacuum cleaner off the floor and left the development room.
何ですか
What is this thing?
Miniature gadget number 5. Wait, what did that say? Excuse you? Once again, I made a worthless object by Goemon. Future gadget number 5, the future gadget of your dreams, made by connecting a dryer and a vacuum. It uses the exhaust from the vacuum in the dryer. The name comes from the famous anime about a phantom thief, Lupin's the Third. Thanks? This isn't Persona. Today, party can use a normal vacuum.
掃除機なのに
A vacuum's supposed to clean. If you take it apart, won't that just make more of a mess? You're so sorry, Shida, but sometimes you can be so silly.
時々
You think so?
でも
But, you know,
そういう
I like
人
people
の
like
方
that.
が私
What did you say? Itaru started to panic again and Suzuha sighed.
ただ
But I think you really do need to consider the way you live.
お部屋の掃除
You should clean every day if you can. This place gets really dusty.
それだけじゃあり
And
ま
that's
せん
not all. There's also what you eat. You had instant ramen again today, didn't
今
you?
日もカップ麺だったん
How did you know?
お台所に
There was a half-eaten cup of ramen in the
食べ
kitchen.
残したまま放置されてます
I see.
それに
And look at all these snacks. I tell you all the time that you eat
食
too
べ過ぎ
much.
だっていつも言って
I'm gonna try watching, you know.
一応じゃ
Trying isn't good enough. If you keep eating nothing but cup noodles and snacks, you're gonna get sick, okay? Also, you need to exercise a little.
Damn. Yuki Amane was saying the exact same thing that Suzuha had just said. Perhaps they really were mother and child. Suzuha was just beginning to feel a little homesick when she sensed another visitor approaching. Huh?
Hey! It's a Mayuri!
The door to the lab opened, and a greeting she'd heard many times before resounded through the room.
ごめんね
Sorry, Yuki. I'm a little late.
ちょっと遅れちゃった
It was Mayuri, come to see Yuki. But there was another presence there too.
まゆりちゃん
Hi there,
こんに
Mayuri.
ちは岡部さんも一緒
I
だった
see
んです
Okabe's with
ね
you.
Uh-oh. Hi! Oh, Ocarine! It's been forever, man! Oh, yeah. It has.
久しぶり
This is weird. This is the first time we're seeing Okabe, like, talking that's, like towards the camera. That's weird. Hi! It's me! Oh, is he gonna have expressions? When she heard his voice, Suzuha ground her teeth a little. Oh, and we're back to Okabe. Hi.
Interesting.
Yeah, it is very interesting, especially the fact that we're going to go ahead and end it here for today, I think, because we've gotten a lot done, and there are some things that I might need to get to do later today. Anyways, I'm already very fascinated with where this is going. This is already amazing, and we have only just begun. But we'll have to figure out more later. Thank you all so much for watching. Hope you enjoyed, and hope to see you all later. Peace.